Hello, Rosa Maria. I haven't seen you in a long time.
Hi, Stephanie.
Michelle, is it? Oh.
I'm here.
5:15. Are you all set? All right, it's 5:15, and I'm calling to order the Oversight and Finance Committee. Michelle, could I have a roll call, please?
Delgado.
Present.
Jacob. Jacob.
Here, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, thanks.
Levy.
Here.
All members are present virtually.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
There's perfect. Thank you. Any questions or discussion? All right, all in favor, please say aye.
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 There are none opposed. The motion carries. Is there an approval of the minutes?
So moved.
Second.
Excellent. Are there any questions or discussion concerning the minutes? All right, hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And sounds like there are none opposed. The motion carries. All right, I am going to turn the floor over for reports, but first let me ask to our presenters, is it okay if we ask questions while you're presenting, or would you prefer that we hold our questions to the end?
Turn that over to...
You're muted.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I'll turn that over to Mr. Bosco and Ms. Moratek to answer for their reports.
Yeah, I think that's fine, Ms. Levy.
Perfect. Thank you for the clarification. So board members, we will let them begin, and if you have questions, just please throw a question mark into the chat, and I will turn the floor over to you. Thank you so much.
Okay, I will present my screen, and Ms. Grorud is going to start us off in our presentation on the distance learning framework.
And I'll just say good evening. I'm Dr. Kelly Grorud, and I am the Director of Instructional Leadership in STEAM. And then we have today with us Mr. Bosco and Ms. Elliott, also from the Teaching, Learning, and Equity team that will be presenting as well. So you can advance, Tony. Thank you.
Yeah.
A few weeks ago, you heard from several buildings on how distance learning is sort of playing out within the building. And tonight we wanted to share how the district worked with those buildings, both the Teaching, Learning, and Equity team and the Pupil Services teams, to develop a distance learning framework. The framework was really designed to set some consistent parameters for teaching and learning, for our teaching and learning environment, the school environment this year, so that we could begin in a better place than maybe where we ended last spring. And the distance learning framework, it was really designed in response to lessons that we learned last spring when we were sort of forced into that distance learning scenario, but also lessons that we learned over the summer as we progressed through summer school and we had smaller groups of students engaged in distance learning. We also learned quite a lot from being able to survey families, both last spring and over the summer. And some of what we learned through these experiences is that families really wanted more consistent schedules, and I think this was especially true for some of our younger learners. Our teachers needed access to their materials, so teachers being at home last spring through the mandated closure felt at a disadvantage because they wanted to be able to provide demos for students or have access to manipulatives. And having teachers back this fall has been really helpful in providing teachers access to their resources within their classroom. Families wanted daily synchronous instruction that came out in the survey. They wanted students to be engaged on a daily basis. Again, very important for some of our younger learners. And families wanted support and structures that they could tap into for understanding their students' technology so that they could be a better support at home and understand the expectations of their students. So with that in mind, we went through the summer working with our buildings to develop the teaching and learning framework. And I can say that this was having been involved, this was an extremely collaborative process, and it was also very iterative. As a team, we researched a number of different plans that were being developed as well in other districts. So we took a look at what was out there with regard to other districts. And cabinet members shared with us what they were learning from conversations with Rock County districts as well. We worked really closely with building leadership teams, particularly the principals at each grade band. We had multiple meetings, and it was a very iterative process. So we would come together, kind of work through some component of the distance learning framework, and then the principals would go back and work with their building leadership teams and refine some of what we had discussed, and then we would come back together as a group and we would talk about how the building leadership teams were experiencing what was being presented. And so we went back and forth quite a few times to try to lay out the framework itself. Go ahead. Thank you. So Tony and Michelle are going to share with you some specific components of the framework, but I wanted to share up front, we had some non-negotiables from those lessons that we learned. So as we entered into the framework, we worked with the principals on a list of things that we really were going to safeguard through the process and not compromise. Some of those included being able to provide live synchronous lessons for students during the day, but also to be mindful of the fact that some families were not going to be able to engage during those synchronous sessions. So we needed asynchronous times as well. And we also needed to build in intentional asynchronous times for students to practice. So we were trying to provide a structure that was both consistent with what we know is best for learning, but had some flexibility, knowing that families were going to be engaging in different ways throughout the year. We had a lot of conversation about developmentally appropriate amounts of screen time. And as you'll see going forward, we really gave good thought to not building all of the instruction on a screen so that students would be able to work on paper, work with manipulatives, really actually engage, because students like learning in those different modalities. So we wanted to make sure that we accounted for that. Last spring, we had a number of different learning management systems or platforms that teachers were using. We entered this year knowing that we really needed a good, consistent learning management system by grade band. And so for our pre-K3, our elementary buildings, we use Seesaw, and for intermediate and the high school, we use Google Classroom. But we knew that we needed to have a consistent learning management system so that teachers could build their capacity, so that students could build their capacity, and so that families could really learn the systems well. We took on DPI's recommendations in terms of engagement, and we knew that while we needed to keep track of students with daily attendance measures so that we could actually understand who was accessing our learning and which students needed support, we also paid very close attention to DPI's language on what constitutes attendance and engagement. And that included, students turning up daily for live lessons, but also things like participation in coursework, attempts at assignments, direct contact with teachers, either through email, through a Google Meet, or through office hours. And so we built that into the framework as well. And then we also really paid attention to what was essential learning during this time, because our instructional environment is very disrupted, and the number of instructional minutes has also been disrupted a bit. And so the principals really wanted to find focus on those core subject learnings, so ELA, math, science, and social studies. They wanted students to have opportunities for music, art, and PE as well. So that has really been our focus through the framework. But we didn't want to give up on those electives, especially for our secondary learners. And so we looked at electives on a case-by-case basis to really try to build out a program that would make sense in a distance learning environment. And so some of our electives have been left behind because they require more hands-on or a lot more guidance. But some of our electives have lived on in this environment so that students have those courses outside of the core that they can be really, truly excited about. All right, I'm going to hand it over.
Okay, I'm trying to get the screen to advance here. There we go. You heard Dr. Gerwood talk about the construction of the distance learning frameworks as an iterative process. And when we consider that we worked with the 4K to 3 elementary buildings, the 4-8 intermediate buildings, as well as the high school, to really work through their kind of daily and weekly schedules, it was iterative in the sense that each level had very specific things that they were trying to accomplish within their distance learning frameworks, but also keeping those non-negotiables that Kelly just talked about in mind. One of the key parts was to give some semblance of structure both daily and on a weekly basis for students and our families and for staff as well, so that it was a more consistent approach to distance learning than what we had in the spring. Another area of priority, this is based on not only our kind of typical operating structures, but also the consideration of the COVID context, was really focusing on social emotional learning with our students throughout the entire system on a very regular basis to make sure that students are doing okay in this very stressful, very uncertain time. And so that was another priority that we built into the distance learning framework. You heard, again, Dr. Gerwood talk a little bit about the core subjects. And as we developed our instructional plans, we really focused on drilling down into those priority standards, developing common formative and summative assessments across content areas, and really working through those processes with a strong professional learning community collaborative structure, so that on a week-to-week basis, our teachers were able to kind of share the workload of this new experience, both within their grade level teams and also within their content area teams. Another area that we knew coming into the distance learning framework that was going to have to be an area of focus was our multi-level systems and supports, and really understanding that in this situation, the needs of students and the needs of where students were was going to have to be adjusted, monitored, and served so that they're able to engage in learning and really so that we as buildings, we as a school district use structures that already exist. Our student intervention teams, our building attendance teams, and use those same structures to make sure that we're providing for students' needs on an as-needed basis whether we're in a face-to-face context or in the distance learning context. These next couple of bullets have proved to be some challenges in terms of how we serve specialized programs. The dual language immersion program, serving our English language learners, our students with disabilities, and our gifted and talented students. Again, when you have this structure where you have a limited framework of synchronous time during the day, we really looked at how do we differentiate for these students, both within the universal or synchronous time, and then also how are we using our small group opportunities to really help those students get the differentiation that they need, whether they're a second language learner or whether they're a gifted and talented student. And then another logistical priority was making sure that we were able to distribute materials in as efficient and timely a manner as we possibly could. You know, particularly with the stress and anxiety of the pandemic, being able to do this in a way that is safe and responsive and timely. We've done several materials distributions throughout the year and really tried to make sure that they align with how units evolve in the distance learning framework, what the needs of the students for material resources are going to be, and just continue to monitor those needs both from a curricular standpoint and also from a family and student resource standpoint.
Mr. Bosco, I have a question before you advance the slides. Can you give specific examples for the committee and also for anyone who might be listening of how you and your team are addressing those social emotional needs of students, for students that are doing distance learning and also students that are doing virtual learning who don't have regular contact with our district educators?
Ms. Levy, I could not speak to the Beloit virtual school students. I would have to defer to Pupil Services or somebody else. But as far as when we built the distance learning frameworks and from the elementary all the way through the high school, we were very purposeful in terms of how the social emotional learning was scheduled, how the elementary and the elementary and the high school built it into the beginning of their day by providing those lessons in either a synchronous at the elementary level, asynchronous at the high school level, and then also at the intermediate level, those social emotional lessons being woven throughout the core. We also, within the distance learning framework, asked all teachers every single synchronous session that they did with students to make sure that we're doing daily check-ins with students and just, asking how they're feeling. I have a daughter who's a junior, and her AP U.S. history teacher has some emojis that are up and asks students to kind of identify or put in the chat how they're feeling, what's going on in their lives. And so it's just a constant part of that conversation and that check-in with students on a daily basis. And that was really the ask, the expectation for all staff throughout the entire system.
Thank you. It looks like Board Member Jacobs has a question.
Okay.
Hey, Tony. Actually, I've got a number of questions, but since I'll wait till the end, but I want to jump in since Board Member Levy had brought up the social emotional, because that was one of mine. So we are actually, every student every day is being checked in on them by a staff member in all of our buildings?
So every student every day has synchronous learning. And so as you come into that synchronous classroom, that opening of that lesson, should include those check-ins with students, taking the pulse of the class, very typical to even how you would do it, greeting students at the door, in a face-to-face context. And really, building that relationship with students. And then as you see, some areas of need for particular students, as teachers, as educators, following up with those students, as you see fit. And then also, the school systems, as students are engaged or disengaged with the distance learning framework, as I talked about before, those student intervention teams, the building attendance teams, really wrapping around and trying to ascertain what the obstacles might be for engagement, and really trying to develop a sense of inclusion for all kids as much as possible, and a sense of seeing all students as much as possible.
Do you know if are we doing community circles at the primary level every day?
I would say that almost all elementary would start with community circles. I think that's definitely a big part of how they begin the day. And a lot of our staff has been trained in restorative practices and community circles, and I think those are the kind of components that bring themselves to bear in the universal approach to check in with students on a regular basis.
Okay, thank you, because I think that's so critical. I applaud our district for doing that, because I know that's not happening in other districts that are virtual, that the kids are not being spoken to or, checked in on to that degree. And I really think that's critical with distance learning. So thank you.
Mr. Bosco, before you continue, it looks like Board Member Delgado also has a question.
Okay.
So before I give you my question, I'm just going to validate, the support that it's given as a parent. I have seen a huge difference in this term as far as the support that students are receiving and the structure that the classes are being given. So kudos to all of you for working, into this framework. I think it's a great one, and it's very instructional. And my question to you is, what type of support are ELL students being provided with, through this virtual learning? What kind of support is there for them, and what kind of support is there for the parents? Because normally with an ELL student, the parents might come as well, not being English speaking.
Sure. Well, from our kind of standard service provision model for serving our ELs is the dual language program. But our EL teachers engage with all ELs in all buildings, and a lot of the services that they're able to offer students are to be in those synchronous lessons with students, and then to also have additional small group opportunities for those students as they're reinforcing or reteaching or doing some of those things to continue to build students' understandings of what the universal instruction is geared towards. Additionally, we now have bilingual homeschool liaisons at all of the buildings, or at least, shared between an elementary and intermediate or high school and BLA. And that's really an opportunity for our EL students' parents to really have a first point of contact to make sure that they're aware of the distance learning framework, that all of the understandings that they need, they have, that they're able to get support in technology. And so I think we've really upped our game in terms of engagement for the parents of those students as well, to make sure that they can engage in the educational lives of their students. So the small group, I think, for our EL staff has really been a big part of how we provide those differentiated supports. And we've also had situations, not all of our ELs are Spanish speakers. We've also had situations where we've called the Southwest Wisconsin Interpreting Translating Services group to have them come into Zoom calls to work to translate for a Hmong family, because we're experiencing some academic things, or we need to communicate to the parents about the distance learning framework and things like that. So there are multiple languages in the district that we work to serve on a daily basis, and we do it in a number of ways. So thank you for that question.
Tony, can I piggyback on that answer just with something very quick, like a concrete example? One of the lessons that we learned last spring from a math perspective is that some of our younger learners in families where the family members had a primary language of Spanish were really struggling with some of our math materials because we could not get them in Spanish. And so over the summer, we actually worked with our publisher to get hard copies of the consumables so that buildings had the option earlier this year of working with families to give them both the English language workbook that the student was working in, and then we also sent home a Spanish language workbook as well for those families so that the parents had something in their native language that they could work from. So that's just one concrete example of something that we've tried to do this year as well from a curricular perspective.
Thank you so much. I just want to applaud all of you for, all the efforts that you guys have put in. I know that there was a lot of recommendations last year from one of the subcommittees for the assistance of the ELL students and parents. And you guys are doing a great job. Just wanted to, acknowledge that in public, because I think it's very important that our community knows, to what extent you guys are working with those families in need. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Bosco, before you move forward, I wanted to take us back briefly. I love that the check-ins, that they are intentional and that those are happening daily for our students that are following the synchronous schedule. But can you give us a bit of a flavor of what happens for our kids that are doing their work asynchronistically, or our students that are not engaged? And specifically, the number that still kind of haunts me from our last meeting is that 58 to 61% of engagement at Beloit Memorial. And what proactive things are we doing as a district to check in with our kids that are not in those live sessions?
Amy, Ms. Levy, that's a great question, and that data is actually at the high school level. They've made some great gains in that area, and one of the things that all buildings at all levels are doing is it's almost a through the building attendance team kind of some student engagement activities. I know the high school talks about, particularly for seniors and for all students through the academy structure. Those students who are having trouble engaging, they're maybe at the tier 3 or the tier 2 level, actually dividing those students up and having one teacher, working with or responsible for 5 or 6 students and continually working to engage them and encourage them and connect them. And so and the building attendance teams really do a lot to try to troubleshoot what some of the obstacles are to engagement. And I think that's really a family by family, a student by student process. And it really can change a bit, because even in the data that we're seeing, the attendance patterns have a little bit of up and down, just depending on what's going on, maybe in a particular family's context. But the idea is that we're not letting any students kind of fall through the cracks, because those attendance teams are meeting every single week and looking at those attendance patterns and that attendance data every single week. And as students are popping up on those reports or within that team dialogue, they're kind of, dividing, the workload and figuring out who's going to respond or engage with that family, all the way up to, phone calls, electronic communication, home visits, if that's what's needed to really make sure that if they're having technological obstacles, that we either encourage them to come to the library or, Brandy and Brett, other staff going out and doing some troubleshooting on site as much as they can to try to help families engage. Because we know and we really truly feel that but a good amount of the disengagement or the lack of engagement is due to, not a will as much as some obstacles with the technology or with the systems. And so we've really tried to eliminate those and also really be purposeful about engaging with the students that are struggling with engagement at that 75% level, which is our tier 1 expectation.
Thank you.
Yep. Next slide. Okay, and then as we built the schedules at the different levels, we really looked to their master schedules that were being built for this school year in a face-to-face context, and then really tried to pull some of the key parts of those schedules out, while also honoring things like teacher preparation time, looking at opportunities for our PLCs to collaborate, really making sure that we're, as Dr. Grover alluded to earlier, making developmentally appropriate screen time a part of our distance learning framework so that we're, not overwhelming students with too much time on the screen. And then another big part of scheduling or developing those schedules was really giving structure, but with flexibility. And what we mean by that is offering sessions in the morning, in the afternoon, and the evening, offering office hours, so that as family schedules, kind of adjusted or the needs kind of changed, we were able to be responsive to those needs. And then additionally, all of our lessons being taped or recorded so that students could access those lessons asynchronously if for some reason they're not able to engage during the synchronous time. And we also really wanted to focus on the cores, looking at reading, looking at mathematics, science, social studies, and really trying to stay within the parameters of that, and then build some of that music, art, phy-ed time, to keep that connection with students, but again, really focusing on the core. The intermediate and the high school really focused on student skyward schedules as much as they possibly can, obviously with some parameters or caveats in terms of, some of those really intense hands-on classes that may not, work as well in a distance learning framework. We learned some lessons around schedules during term 1, and both the high school and the intermediate have made some adjustments for tier 2, and feedback on those adjustments has already been very positive, both from a student engagement perspective as well as the perspective of how staff are able to, really provide small group opportunities for students at different times during the day.
Mr. Bosco, I'm going to jump in because it looks like Board Member Jacobs has a question, and then we'll turn the floor over to Board Member Delgado.
Okay.
Hey again, Tony, I was just curious, and you probably don't know the answer, which is okay, but I would be curious to know, if not now, in the future. I love what you said about, making sure that the kids aren't on the computer all the time. Do you guys have any idea how much approximately they're on computer now versus what they are during the regular, when we're in school and everything's regular? And I guess, I'm going to interrupt Tony. And I guess I'm thinking of the smart, and I'm just really more thinking right now the primary, because we use those smart boards or the smart TVs a lot. I mean, is there I don't know. Is there a lot of difference, or?
I don't know that we have any hard data on that, Stephanie. When you think about the elementaries, even through the younger intermediates, in terms of the amount of time they're using their iPads in class.
Yes. Yeah.
I compared to how much time they're on their iPads for distance learning right now, I would say it's probably considerably more in the distance learning framework than it was when we were in face-to-face.
Okay.
So, and that's just a guess. I don't have any hard concrete data to support that, but from my sense of, having been in classrooms over the last, number of years, I would say that students are on more in the distance. I mean, they don't really have a choice but to be on.
Well, right. But yeah, right. I just curious.
Right.
Thank you.
You bet. Was there any?
I'm not sure if this question would pertain to the presentation you're going over, but just looking at the structure and, the classes hours that are provided, I'm just wondering, are students going to have enough credits to graduate right now with this current virtual structure we have? Only
the high school are credit earning classes. And they have, what they did at the high school level is students have the same number of blocks in the distance learning framework as they would have face-to-face. So if they were to have 4 blocks or 5 blocks in face-to-face, they have that same number of courses now. So they should be on pace as far as opportunity to earn credit.
Thank you.
Mr. Bosco, before you start up again, I have a question, and it's on the lines of screen time and limiting how long our students are on. Has there been any discussion of assignment windows? And by that, I mean, I was up way too late Sunday evening doing some work, and my kid's iPad started to ding at almost midnight saying that assignments were coming in. And I get that our teachers are working really hard, and that might have been a good time to send out assignments. And we have a practice in our home of it's time to go to bed, bring the electronics into mom's office. But I'm concerned about our kids who may have their iPads in the rooms with them, and if notifications are on, because I know if my kids had them, they would be looking like, what do I need to do? What do I have? And so my question is, are there discussions about windows where this is when we will communicate with students, and this is when we will turn off for our own sanity, and we'll also turn off so everyone else can take a break as well?
I'll open it up to other directors or district staff. I think a couple of things. I think one, on the Google Classroom notifications in the middle of the night like that, I think that's an automatic. If you are putting in assignments in Google Classroom that for the week, they automatically kind of load, I believe, at a certain time. And then as far as, when staff communicate or engage with students, I think that's been another one of those things where, we really honor the work that our staff are doing to try to catch students and engage with students and families and serve, whenever they can. And I think sometimes that's, they realize that those adjustments or flexibilities are going to be needed to help serve students. So there's not a policy or any real guidance for that. But I think teachers have really been accommodating in terms of trying to meet the needs of their families as much as they can. And also, to your other question, to really manage the workload at certain grade levels, because we don't expect, say, at the 4th through 8th grade level, that all students get homework in their core classes every day, because that's another one of those things where we're really trying to kind of help students manage the distance learning framework, and give them an opportunity to really, go deep into the work and the learning rather than just, a lot of assignments. Really trying to manage that with the limited time, the limited synchronous opportunities. And something else that we encourage staff to do is, how much of that assessment can we do while we're synchronous? How much homework outside of the classroom is really necessary for us to know where students are in their learning, and for us to assess where we're at in our teaching. So I think there are a lot of answers to that question. I think we're working on many parts of that.
I'm glad to hear that. I will just speak for my household. I know our oldest, he has homework just about every day in almost all of his classes. So there are definitely assignments, which is good. We want our kids to be engaged, but I think we also need to be sensitive to the added stresses of COVID-19. Right. And how much can we be regular, and how much do we need to accommodate for those differences? Thank you.
Yep. All right, if there are no other questions, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Rochelle Elliott, and she's going to take us home.
Hello, everybody. So when we were taking a look at the distance learning framework, we knew we had Wednesdays for some PD and some PLCs and some building time. And so a lot of it was like trying to plan for the unknown. We knew that 4K through 3rd had about 2 to 3 hours of prep a day. 4 to 8 was supposed to have about 2 hours. 9 to 12 was supposed to have about an hour and a half. But we knew that time they were going to need for everything that they were going to do. So they probably weren't going to be pulled out for any professional development or any type of building meetings. So that was the purpose of the Wednesday pieces. And so we had it divided up that each different kind of grade level had different times for their professional learning communities, professional development, and then building / kind of some work time. And we staggered those just in case we had to bring in any outside vendor PD, if there was some technology or some teacher practice, so we could make sure that we were using all of our resources to work with all of those different grade levels. So term 1, our district professional development time focused on technology, teacher practice, and some vendor materials. we backed off a little bit in I think it was October, and we gave more asynchronous work about teacher efficacy, self-care, and continuing working with mentor-mentee, just to give the teachers some practice, but we knew we needed to back off a little bit, that we were hearing from the staff that they were feeling very stressed on those Wednesdays. Building time, building professional development is on the 2nd and 4th. And those building professional developments are primarily related to their SIP. Buildings are going to be working on disrupting poverty, PD, explicit and implicit bias from Mark Perry from Community Action. And so we've, kind of did a balance between district, building kind of goals. During that time, really making sure that we're talking about the distance learning framework, the different learning management systems we have, our priority standards that Dr. Grorud had already kind of referred to, our school improvement plans, and then mentor-mentee. Can we move on, Tony, a little bit? Thank you. So what are some of those lessons that we've learned? Parent and student technology, making sure we have really great supports in place for everyone. Making sure we have district and school communication structures. We found out during summer school that too much communication would stress out families, and so we really tried to kind of put those pieces together and making sure that we're really communicating. We also really we learned about Seesaw and Google Classroom and making sure that consistency is important. And then Tony talked about the adjustment to the secondary hours of engagement. And so lessons that we continue to learn are really working on those grading and priority standards. As a former 7th grade language arts teacher in the district and instructional coach, you look at your stuff and what you've done before and you realize we're not going to be doing those. So really working with teachers on what are our priority pieces that you can do via distance learning and what things you might have to let go of right now. And using those PLCs, whether it's building and or district, to kind of reinforce, like, nope, this is the path that we need to go on, and it's okay. It's going to be different than other years. And so also during that piece, talking about grading and report card practices, we're grading and looking at those essential power standards that we've already identified that we're working on. Those are the items that we're putting on the report card. Really working on engaging those families who are struggling with distance learning. I think that's something that we're always going to be doing a lessons learned as we are talking with families and figuring things out. Those teachers are bringing up kids to the students of concerns. It could be their MLSS. They're building attendance team, really working with those seniors as counselors go through and look at how kids are doing on credits. Setting up times at the Beloit Public Library for families to come in for assistance, and how are we using our bilingual homeschool liaisons to be working with families. We are constantly kind of looking at how do we need to adjust and move on from quarter to quarter, and then how do we use our PLC and PD time to support the teachers.
Ms. Elliott, I have a question related to grading. What is the guidance that's being given to formative versus summative assessments? And the reason that I ask, because if they're not the same, let's say that formative and summative are both worth 50% of your grade, you have 2 formative but 12 summative. If you don't do well on those 2 formative, then that really negatively and disproportionately impacts your grade. Is there any different guidance for summative versus formative ratios during distance learning?
I'm going to ask Tony. He's been working with some of those intermediates and high school about the grading. I wasn't in that meeting. Tony, you're on mute.
Sorry about that. The breakdown for formative, summative, formative was really, kind of by level and by course, that's kind of been how we've, looked at the breakdown between those two in the school district Beloit. There has been no guidance in terms of a balance between formative, summative. I think we talk often about, assessment of learning, assessment for learning. And again, there's really been no, this number of formatives in your grade book, this number of summatives in your grade book. We haven't had that discussion. Kelly,
I would agree with all that.
Let me ask this. Are you open to, okay, so let me back up. Do you think it's a concern if formative and summative are equal, but the number of assignments are not equal? So a scenario like I described, if you did not do well on, a formative assignment or a couple, that it disproportionately impacts your grade. Is that a concern?
Sure, and typically you see that with formative being more and summative being fewer, right? That's typically how you see that construct, and that really is aligned with that assessment for learning, assessment of learning. We're looking at the assessment of learning within the summative assessment. We're looking at the formative assessment as that practice, those opportunities to practice, and to kind of give the teachers benchmarks along the way about the kind of progress that students are making. So I think as we look at formative and summative, we really do look at the formative as, the idea of what's the practice, the data, data from practice telling us about how we're adjusting instruction, and then the summatives are telling us ultimately, that assessment of learning.
And I'll just add very quickly that I think, with every good crisis, there are opportunities, right? And one of the wonderful things that has happened this year is that I think our teachers are having to really dig deep and rethink some of their instructional practices, things that maybe felt routine before, feel a little new this year. And so there have actually been quite a lot of conversations about grading and what should grades look like and what should our systems look like. So I think the question that you're asking is one that we will carry from our current period out and continue to wrestle with a little bit as a district.
Good to know. Thank you. It looks like Board Member Jacobs has a question.
Well, actually, I just wanted to thank everyone for the great work. And Kelly, what you just said, I think is really true. I think that we're going to be a much stronger district for all of the things that everybody's going through right now. And I wanted to say kudos that there's so much work time allowed for the teachers without just the PLCs, because I know that great teachers will go seek out their fellow colleagues and ask for assistance, on their own as well. So I'm really excited, like everybody is, to get back in school when it's appropriate, and I can't wait to see all of the great things that will be happening. So thank you.
Thanks, Stephanie.
Thank you very much.
All right, if there are no other questions with the distance learning framework development presentation, we'll move on to dual language immersion program update.
I will just keep sharing and turn it over to my amiga, Ms. Rosa Maria Lorson, to kick us off here today.
All right, so thank you for giving us this opportunity to present to you our updates for the dual language immersion program. So you can go to the next slide. So the first thing that I wanted to share with you is that kind of the why and a little bit of background as to why we are at this point. Back in 2012, if you have been around for a while, we were looking for different ways to serve our English learners. And looking at the research, the strongest programming structure for students who are English learners is a dual language program, dual language immersion, especially in a 50-50 model where you have half your students coming in are Spanish learners and the other half are English learners, because you want those students to be in an environment where they can learn from each other socially. That is very important. It's a very social program. We want the kids to be interacting. We want them to be learning from each other. And, we wanted to give the students of Beloit this opportunity. So as our world gets smaller, in Beloit, our demographics have changed over the years, and offering dual language immersion was a natural next step. So as far as our goals for the program, the first one is offering a strong dual language immersion programming for all students. And the way that we're working on that is that we're constantly looking for professional learning opportunities for our teachers. We collaborate with CISA 2, for example. We've collaborated with the University of Wisconsin-Whitewater in the past. We do seek out learning opportunities either within state and nationally as well. And we're training our teachers on things like instructional frameworks such as sheltered instruction. We've looked at biliteracy in the past and given the teachers that training as far as the bridging, which is basically language comparison, where the students are taught to compare two languages so that they make those connections, and eventually want them to make those themselves. And also working with just learning about second language acquisition and what is the best way to make that happen for our students. The second one was serving ELs. I did allude to it a little earlier. Looking at our research, it does show dual language immersion being at the top. That's the most effective programming. But in the beginning, it does look like the students aren't moving quickly, but because our students are in English only, do make those higher gains in the English language, but that significantly drops off after 4th and 5th grade, whereas our dual language students are continuing to grow throughout high school. The third one, nurture bilingualism as college and career readiness skill. Multilingualism is listed as one of the 21st century skills, as well as a global mindset. But the other thing is that when you have multiple languages working in your brain, it does change your brain. I mean, essentially, the research has shown that brains tend to be, bilingual brains tend to be more focused. There's an ability to be better at analysis, and there's other things that are not directly related to language, but are the effect of being bilingual. And offering opportunities such as the seal of biliteracy and the Global Education Achievement Certificate, and a college minor in Spanish by the time the students graduate high school. So the state of Wisconsin was 14th out of 40. Now there's 40 states in the United States which have those seal of biliteracy, but we were number 14. So we weren't too far behind big states such as California and Illinois, Wisconsin being 14th. Global Education Achievement Certificate is specific to Wisconsin. The state of Wisconsin they recommend different pathways to get to the seal of biliteracy. We can do that through school and family partnerships, students that don't necessarily speak Spanish, but they speak other languages. We would work with families to make sure that they maintain that language for the students. English language learners services for schools that don't necessarily have bilingual programs. The state of Wisconsin says they can work through there as well. Dual language immersion, which what we have, is another pathway, and then world languages. Some of our students opt for going towards the seal of biliteracy through our world languages department. The way that our dual language immersion program is organized right now is that we have a 50-50. We have a two-way immersion program. So our core with Spanish language arts, science, and social studies are all taught in Spanish. And in English, we have English language arts, mathematics, and then the electives. As we grow and go into the high school, that would look a little different just because of the way that the high school is organized, but we are working on coming up with a plan for that for the following school year.
Okay, I'm going to walk through some data with you briefly, and it is in the packet, but some of the things that we wanted to kind of raise up and highlight. What we have on this slide is the comparison between dual language and non-dual language students on the winter 2020 reading MAP test. And you can see that fourth grade, the difference was 5 RIT points for students that were in DLI versus non-DLI. And this is again in reading. In sixth grade, it was 3.4 points. Sixth grade, 1.2 points, and seventh grade, 2.3 points. That's on average DLI students compared to non-DLI students in the district. And then you can see the same or similar data on the math side, where the only grade level last year during winter at the intermediate level that was not above the all-student non-DLI category was sixth grade math, and they were below in math by 1 point.
Mr. Bosco, I have a quick question with respect to that. And no worries if you don't know off the top of your head, you can definitely get back to us. But I'm just wondering, are all things balanced when it comes to the socioeconomic demographics of DLI versus non-DLI? I would be curious to know if that plays a role in the data and the differences that we're seeing. So specifically, my question is, are we finding that the socioeconomic level of our non-DLI students is basically mirrors that of our DLI students, or if there is a difference in one direction?
I would have to find that out, Ms. Levy. I'm not sure, but that's definitely something.
No, that would be great.
Yep. Okay.
Thanks.
Yep. All right, now we're going to a comparison of ELL students, English language learners, who are in the DLI program and then not in the DLI program. So this would be our Hackett, Robinson, and Todd DLI students who are in, or EL students who are in DLI, compared to the Gaston, Converse, and Merrill ELL students. And what we see is all students compared to our dual language immersion ELL students in reading. This is again our reading comparison. The DLI EL students were only a 0.7 below all fourth graders in reading. The DLI EL students were below their fifth grade peers by 1.1 RIT in reading, 1.7 for sixth grade, and then 0.5 in seventh grade. And then when we look at the comparison of DLI EL students to non-DLI EL students, and those could be those students, again, it could even be an EL student at the intermediate level that transferred in from a different building, or at that level was not in DLI, came from one of the non-DLI elementary feeder schools. So non-DLI EL students saw a difference between between all students and non-DLI. That difference was quite a bit bigger than it was for the DLI EL students. What that's telling us is in reading acquisition in English, the DLI EL students are experiencing more growth than the non-DLI EL students, which goes back to Rosa Maria's point about dual language being the best, based in research, English language acquisition program for EL students, the best service delivery model for EL students. And then the last column is the difference between DLI EL students and non-DLI, and in every grade level, the DLI ELs were at a higher level in reading than their non-DLI EL peers. This is some science and social studies data from the forward exam, and again, this is relatively old data from 2 years ago because we didn't have the forward last year. But what we wanted to show was that point that Rosa Maria made a little while ago in terms of the idea that EL students who are not in dual language, all of their language of instruction is in English. So when they get to the point in fourth grade, they get to the point in maybe fifth, sixth grade, they may still have, because of the all English context that they're in the non-DLI English ELL service provision model, their English scores and their scores on the science and math may be a little bit higher. But the other thing that we wanted to kind of highlight is looking at our EL non-DLI students in comparison to the EL DLI students, there is some growth there, or there is the EL non-DLI students are performing at a higher level on the forward exam, and that's in science and also in social studies. But again, the point of discussion there, the point of clarification is all of the DLI EL students are getting science and social studies in English, and the DLI students are getting science and social studies in Spanish. So we have some work to do in terms of how we do some of that trans-languaging and cross-linguistic connections for students as they're getting ready to take that 4th grade science and social studies test in English. Then we go to the forward exam English language arts comparisons. We see our EL DLI students are higher than the EL non-DLI students and are making gains again in comparison to the reading overall compared to the all students, and then all DLI students as an average. All DLI students as an average are scoring higher than all students as an average on the forward exam as a data point. And then this is some enrollment data. We see East Side, West Side class averages, and because there's one West Side elementary feeder school versus 2 East Side elementary feeder schools, that's where that differential in numbers comes, as far as 290 DLI students on the West Side and 510 DLI students on the East Side.
I think Board Member Delgado had a question.
Thank you, Rosa Maria. I'm just going to say that I think this dual language program came out a little too late. At least for my experience, I am a English learner student from Beloit, and at that time our demographics was a lot different. But anyhow, I learned English as I was in the elementary school system, and I wish that this program would have been available at that time. And just looking at the numbers and just seeing how successful it is, I'm just wondering right now, what are the possibilities of making dual language, available to all the elementary schools, not just, selected ones. And second question to that, just piggybacking off of that, what does it take for students that are, in one area that don't have the accessibility to go to a dual language school? Are they able to attend to one that does offer those classes?
Ms. Delgado, those are great questions. Thanks. First, I'll start with the second question first. Any student that enrolls in DLI, regardless of their home school, would be enrolled in a dual language school. If they choose the program upon enrollment as a 4K 1st grade, they would have access to that dual language school, and that would be based on, parent choice. If there's space, and if there's not space, then it may be a waiting list situation to get into the school that they wanted. The second part of the question, one of the challenges that we have in dual language, and Rosa Maria can speak to this also, is just the ability to attract and retain highly qualified staff that are bilingual certified in any state across the country, let alone in Wisconsin. And I think that's probably one of our largest challenges as a program, is being able to recruit, to grow staff to be a part of the dual language program. Rosa Maria, do you have anything to add to that?
No, I mean, that is our biggest challenge, is finding the staff. And it's not just a Beloit problem, it's a Wisconsin problem, it's a United States problem. And there's many reasons for that, and so it may be something that we may come to you in the future and present something, a plan, but it's very early in stages in that. So
it may be in the very near future. Okay, I think we're going to transition to Rosa Maria to finish us up here tonight then.
So this is a breakdown, like Tony had shown previously, the breakdown of the students in the DLI program across the district. So as you can see, the East Side has about over 200 students more than the West Side, and that's because of the number of schools that we have that offer the program. We have Hackett on the West Side, and then Robinson and Todd on the East Side. Okay. And as far as future planning, We want to offer parity where Eastside and Westside would both have 2 schools. So that is something that we're looking to do. The other thing is that as students finish up kindergarten and go into first grade, to give them kind of a boost or a head start, we want to offer summer Spanish immersion so that they don't lose it. I mean, because summer slide is very real, and if you're learning a second language, it's even more. So offering that for our first graders, students that just finish up kindergarten. And then our outgoing third graders as they transition into the intermediate school. You know, the research shows that changing from one school to another does have some effects on the students, but it does more so when they have second language. And then we are planning to give to our 7th and 8th graders this year a placement test. So it's to determine what Spanish courses they should be enrolling in as an 8th grader and as a 9th grader as they go up into the high school. So those, it's called the APPLE. It's given by the ACTFL, which is one of those tests that is offered usually at the university level, but this one is tailored to younger students. And so the students would be allowed to go into AP Spanish Language and Cultures. That would be credit bearing in the 8th grade, or Spanish 4, or Spanish for Spanish speakers, as if either going into, 9th grade, either going into one or the other. As we move up into the high school, this is somewhat of a timeline. You know, logistically, we have to look at this as well. Where we would be offering Spanish language arts, Spanish for Spanish speakers. Those courses are already at the high school, so our students would be placed in one of those. Excuse me, and offering a science course in Spanish. As we have, teachers who may be retiring or may move away, then we would take that position and require bilingual education for that one. Excuse me. No, I'm good. And the following year, adding a social studies course in Spanish. Again, looking at our staff, any teacher, any positions that may be open, taking that position and requiring a bilingual license so that we would have that available for our dual language students. As we move up through the grades, as our current 8th graders move up into 11th grade, then we would look at options such as youth options. We'd look at other courses and see what the students would be interested in. One of the beauty of doing this at the high school is that it opens the door for our students who are, we call them newcomers. So as students come in 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th grade, who may be new to the country, but are Spanish speakers, would have the opportunity to take some of their core classes in Spanish so that they're able to get those credits in their own language while at the same time they're learning English. Okay, so just kind of going back to what our goals are for the program. You know, wanting to offer those students the opportunity to become highly bilingual. You know, and multiculturalism is very important for our community, and offering that ability for students to be able to navigate in different cultures through language is very important as well. And the Seals by Literacy, we are one of 12 districts in the state of Wisconsin who have had an approved program. Some of our neighboring districts. So I say that with pride because I know of neighboring districts that also have dual language immersion, but they don't have the Seals by Literacy yet. You know, the Global Education Achievement Certificate, having just the possibility of having a college minor in Spanish by the time you finish high school is pretty amazing. I don't know of any other district around us that can offer that. And then just knowing that employers are seeking more and more, they're seeking students who are multilingual, just to open up their customer base to be able to address the needs of people from all different backgrounds. Learning one language as a child opens the door for you to more readily learn other languages as you get to be an adult. So your brain is primed for multilingualism. So if the student wants to pick up another language as they get older, it is easier for that student than it is for someone who only knows English. Okay, any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Arsen. I do have a question. One of the concerns that I've been hearing from some DLI teachers, especially as we move through distance learning, is the lack of resources in Spanish. Is that something that you are hearing as well? And if yes, is there a plan to remedy that and to have a more robust offering of digital resources in Spanish for our students?
Yes, we do. And I don't know if Tony wanted to address this. Right now, on the literacy side, we are looking at, and he may have shared this already, we're piloting a literacy resource to be able to kind of bring our monolingual English language arts program together with our dual language so that it's basically the same resource, but one of the things that we're heavily considering is how much support do they have for our Spanish learners, so our students that are in the dual language program. So go ahead.
No, and that is a cross-content area. So, there have been, I've been a part of our dual language program for the last 3 years, and just in that time, the work that we've done as a teaching, learning, and equity team to make sure that we bring science materials that are in both languages, that we bring social studies materials that are in both languages. Anytime we look at online resources like Raz Kids, we analyze these really through a bilingual lens to make sure that we're constantly adding to that pool of resources because we know how critical that is. And we tell the teachers all the time, if there are resource needs, please let us know because we're at a much better place resource-wise on the Spanish side than we were a few years ago, and we continue to try to get better as that goes. So if there are particular instances, grade levels, content areas, Ms. Levy, that we need to address, we'd love to have a little bit more information about that.
How about this? If I reach out to the teachers who have reached out to me and direct them to you, would that be helpful?
Perfect.
All right, thank you.
I mean, even with, and I know that we're in distance learning right now, but even our classroom libraries have become a lot more, we've gotten many more books, in authentic literature, not just translations. So, working with our local company that imports books from Latin America. So it has gotten better. We know we have work to do, but it has gotten somewhat better.
Okay.
Oh, you're muted.
Thank you. That is really good to hear. Are there board members or committee members who have additional questions before we move on to our financial reports?
Amy, Board Member Levy, I wanted to make a comment. I think Rosa Maria and Mr. Bosco brought up a great point about the struggle of finding bilingual teachers, and I think it's not only a struggle with, bilingual, I think it's a struggle to find, even diverse teachers that would fit in and that would meet criteria in school. I think that's not only, here in the school district of Beloit that, we struggle through that. I think it's pretty much a statewide or countrywide where we struggle through that, on finding that diversity, skillful, that, meet criteria for hiring. I think it's a huge struggle across the board. So just wanted to make a point to that, when you're thinking about, teachers that are bilingual, also think about teachers that are, diverse in color and race. It's sometimes it's just hard. It's a struggle across the board, not just for the district.
Mm-hmm.
I will just add to that I, not speaking to bilingual teachers, because that's not my area of expertise, but I will say that it is definitely twofold when it comes to diversity hires in teaching, that we have to make sure that we are being proactive on our end as a district to recruit, because Black and brown and teachers of colors are not unicorns. They are out there. We just need to make sure that our district is a welcoming place for them. Mr. Bosco, Ms. Larson, thank you so much for this presentation. If there are no other questions, we will go ahead and move into our financial reports.
Have a good evening, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, you too.
Good evening, everyone. This is Wendy Lapointe. Let me get the financials up here. Okay, can you see that?
It's a little small, but we're good. Everyone, it is on board docs, so if you need to pull it up and make it larger on your screen, we welcome you to do that. Thank you, Ms. LaPointe.
Okay, so in September, we start seeing some activity finally, as we've been promising. The teachers get back into the classrooms and everything starts flowing again. In Fund 10 in September, we see revenue from equalization aid. In Fund 21, in Funds 21 and 60, there really isn't a lot of activity due to the virtual format. And then in our debt service funds, there is a revenue and expense associated with the refinancing that was approved this past summer. And also, we make debt payments in September. We make them in March and September, so you'll see that in the expense side here. I'll go down to the revenues with no grants. And we're going to see this throughout the year, that TIF closure that Ms. Armstrong spoke about at the budget meeting from the previous year. That's going to kind of skew our numbers for the rest of the year. If you take that out, we are trending almost exactly the same as we were this time last year. Again, I spoke about the equalization aid. We received that amount in September. That aid is spaced out in payments throughout the year. Our next payment will be in December. Then there's another in March, and then the final payment comes at the end of the year. Other items of note, the resale, admissions, and student fees and rentals are down this year due to the virtual format. And other than that, the prior year aidable refund that you see a difference on this year included an E-rate technology refund on some wireless network equipment that we upgraded last year. Okay, on the expense side, the items of note there, several items, you'll see fluctuations due to the timing of payments. That includes memberships, cleaning services, educational service payments, and insurances. That can be due to, we might have made the payment this year at the end of September, but last year it was early October, or vice versa. Could be that there was a billing dispute last year and something might have gotten paid a little bit later. But by the end of the year, you'll see those items will, catch up. Other than that, capital technology software is down due to increased annual subscriptions. Also, technology and software services is increased due to more digital curriculum subscriptions, but also our textbook expense is down. Onto the revenue analysis for the grant side. As I've been saying, we don't start making claims until October. So in the next report, you'll start seeing some numbers there, hopefully. And then our final item is the expense on the grant side. Again, everything seems to be trending pretty much very close to this time last year. Our educational service payment increase is just due to the timing of payments. And then you'll see extra general supplies and other non-capital equipment increases, and those are due to COVID-related expenses such as disinfectants, masks, plexiglass, and that's all being covered under our CARES federal grant. Any questions?
I have a question, Ms. LaPointe, and feel free to get back to us if you don't know this offhand. But where are we with respect to our student fees? With us not being face-to-face, and I know our schools would be really good about sending out those reminders, get your school fees in. If you're having a hardship or you need a waiver, to make sure you complete that. How are we doing with comparison to last year with us being in distance/virtual learning?
Sure, and I can get you more information on that. We certainly are down, and I think I talked about this last time, that we are seeing fewer revenues, mostly because people tend to do that. They make those payments when they come in to register their students, and for orientations and whatnot. So I can get you more information, like I said, as to exact numbers, but yes, we are definitely trending down this year due to that.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions for Ms. LaPointe with respect to our financial report for September? All right, if there are no additional questions, is there a motion to approve the September 2020 financial reports to the full board?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor with a second to approve the financial reports for September 2020 to the full board. Are there any questions or discussion about this motion? Okay, hearing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All right, none are opposed, so that motion carries. This brings our meeting to a close. I apologize, I didn't write it down in advance. It looks like our next Oversight and Finance Committee will be on the second Tuesday of December, which will be December 8th. Time to be determined. Is there anything else from committee or board members before we close? If not, is there a motion to adjourn?
I make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Great. We have a motion and a second to adjourn. Is there any discussion or any questions? All right. Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
All right. There are none opposed. The motion carries, and we are adjourned. Thank you.
Ms. Show?
Yes.
I can't see, is Mr. Wong, Board Member Wong with us?
Yes, he's in the boardroom.
Oh, thank you. Okay, great. Then, knowing that, I'm going to call the Policy and Personnel meeting to order, and it is 6:37 p.m. Michelle, may I have roll call, please?
Levy?
I wonder if she just...
Here.
Oh, thank you.
Wong?
Here.
Jacobs?
Here.
All members are present with Wong in the boardroom and Jacobs and Levy virtual.
All right. Thank you, Michelle. May I have approval of the agenda?
So moved.
So moved.
All right. We have a motion and a second
I'll
for the
second.
agenda. Any discussions or questions? Hearing none. All in favor of approving the agenda, please say aye.
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 All opposed? Okay, so the agenda is approved. All right, on our, I'm sorry, we need the approval of the minutes. May I have approval of the October 27th, 2020 minutes, please?
I have a very, very minor adjustment. If we go into the minutes, Mrs. Shope, right, the paragraph that says members asked about current work. It's under number 2. That's the second paragraph under number 2.
Okay.
Oh, I was just waiting to see if Ms. Shope had pulled that up. We just needed to say becomes greater at the end of that paragraph.
Okay. I'll fix that.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so, oh great, now I just lost my, hold on for a moment, please. So, may I have, why don't I restate that? May I have approval of the October 27th, 2020 minutes with the change that Board Member Levy requested?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve the October 27, 2020 minutes with the adjustment made by Board Member Levy. Are there any questions or discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed? All right, the motion of the minutes passes. So that takes us to the personnel items. And on letter B, if it's all right with the board, with the committee members, I'd like to go directly to C since we have to be in closed session to approve the minutes. Is that all right, board members? To go directly to C?
Sounds good.
Okay, great. So we're at the November 10th, 2020. Thank you.
Yes.
We're at, sorry about that, Board Member Levy. We're at the November 10th, 2020 employment recommendations, Exhibit A and B. Do I have a motion to approve or?
I need to go into close just to confirm something. I will pull up the motion in just a minute. So I move that we convene the Policy and Personnel Committee into closed session pursuant to Section 19.85, Parent 1, Parent C of the Wisconsin State Statute relative to considering employment, promotion, compensation, or performance evaluation data of any public employee over which the governmental body has jurisdiction or exercises responsibility.
All right, we have a motion to go into closed session. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
All right. We have a motion and a second to go into closed session. Any questions or discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of going into closed, and pardon me, I need to do a roll call. Michelle, roll call, please.
Jacobs?
Yes.
Levy?
Aye.
Wong?
Aye.
Motion carried.
All right, thank you. We will go into closed session and return when we are done. All right, we are now back in open session, and the time is 6:52, and we still, for policy personnel, have 6 policies to get through. I was wondering if, in the interest of time for the public, so that we can stay on time, rather than going over the 7 o'clock time, if we could take a recess and stay on time for the 7 o'clock meeting. Dr. Kieser.
Do we want to take action on the personnel recs before the discussion?
Oh, thank you. Yeah, that would be lovely. Thank you. So we have the November 10th, 2020 employment recommendations, Exhibit A and B. Do I have a motion?
I move approval of the personnel employment recommendations, Exhibit A and B, for November 10th, 2020 meeting.
Second.
All right. I have a motion and a second for the November 10th, 2020 employment recommendations, Exhibit A and B. Are there any questions or discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. All opposed? All right, the motion carries. Okay, now back to my discussion. Board members, how do you feel? Board Member Levy?
Okay, this is going to sound kind of crazy, especially since I'm a huge Buckeye fan. What do you think of the option of policy being handled as a Saturday workshop? I am not against recessing until after the regular board member, but I just think we need to walk into that understanding that we probably won't leave this meeting until 11 p.m. or later.
Board Member Wong?
I'm not in favor of that. I think that we need to address all the policies in our meetings, whether it's tonight or if we have to push some of the stuff off to a later time and delay it. That's what I would suggest.
So I'm a bit confused. So Board Member Levy wanted to do it on Saturday, and you said at a later time. Do you mean the next scheduled meeting, Board Member Wong?
Yes.
Board Member Levy?
I am flexible. I offered it as a suggestion because our last meeting, we pushed it to this meeting, and this meeting, we're either pushing it to after our board meeting, which would leave us here till 11 or midnight, or we pushed it to our next meeting. So that's why I made the offer of an alternative. I am fine with rejoining the Policy and Personnel Committee after we adjourn with board meeting.
Well, we could, so then we're going to meet again in 2 weeks. So then we could do those policies, those 6 policies for first reading at the, I had written it down, at the November 24th meeting.
Either one works for me.
I'll take a motion if anybody's ready to do so.
I move that we recess the Policy and Personnel Committee until after adjournment of our regular board meeting this evening. We see how far we get, that all board members are comfortable with, and if we need to postpone until our next scheduled Policy and Personnel Committee, that we take a look at that when we reconvene this evening.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to take a recess for the regularly scheduled board meeting at 7 o'clock, and then come back after that and get through as much as we can tonight at a reasonable hour. And what we don't get done, we will continue with at the November 24th meeting. Any questions or discussion? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. All opposed? The motion carries. So I've never taken a recess. This is the first time. Mr. President,
So
did I do this all correctly? Can we enter adjournment or what?
Nope,
Do we just say we're going to?
Nope, you're recessed. So it's a couple of minutes before 7. So if anyone needs to take care of any personal needs, this may be a good time to do so.
Thank you.
All right, it is 7:03. I'm going to call the business meeting to order. May I have roll call, please?
Delgado,
Present.
Anderson,
Here.
Levy,
Here.
Jacob,
Here.
Wong,
Here.
Larson,
Present.
Miller,
Present.
did I miss somebody? I'm sorry.
Jacobs.
Jacobs,
No, you got me. I'm here. Was it board member Anderson?
nope, I called Anderson. I think I got everybody then.
Yep.
Anderson, Delgado, Jacobs, Larson, Levy, Miller, and Wong. I have everybody present with Wong, Larson, and Larson in the boardroom, correct?
And Anderson.
And Anderson, sorry. I can't see that because I'm not in the boardroom. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you. May I have approval of the agenda, please?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion, a second to approve the agenda. Any question or discussion regarding the agenda? Seeing none, all in favor of the agenda, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, the agenda is approved. Pledge of Allegiance. Okay, public comment. And I know, Board Secretary, we do have one public comment. Do you have any other besides that one?
I actually have two.
Okay. Citizens are welcome to attend all open meetings of the Board of Education. Robert's Rules of Order will be followed at all times. Persons attending board meetings are expected to conduct themselves in a respectful and courteous manner that models appropriate behavior for our students. Persons wishing to comment are expected to comply with the following norms in order to maintain a respectful and ordered meeting and to protect all persons, including members of the public, district employees, and district students from personal attacks or discussion of confidential matters in a public forum. Comments should be directed to members of the Board of Education and not district employees, students, or other members of the public in attendance at the meeting. Comments that attack any individual personally or professionally, are derogatory, or demean others will not be tolerated. Personnel matters or concerns regarding specific district personnel are not appropriate topics to be addressed during an open meeting and should be handled in accordance with district policy and procedures. Concerns or questions regarding students will not be allowed. Comments regarding another individual's membership in a legally protected class, i.e. race, sexual orientation, religion, etc., is strictly prohibited. Response from the board will be limited to clarifying inaccurate information, seeking additional information from the citizen, or acknowledging that the citizen has been understood. The board will not debate with a citizen, and the board may not take action on an item raised during public comment that is not on the meeting agenda or notice. The chair will interrupt and rule a citizen who violates any of these norms out of order. If ruled out of order by the chair, the person's opportunity to address the board will end immediately and the microphone will be turned off. A citizen who violates these norms may be restricted from making public comments at future meetings. Thank you for your participation and courtesy.
Okay, the first one I have is from Melissa Badger, 2290 Sunshine Lane in Beloit. I am a parent of a Beloit Memorial High School senior and member of the Blue Line Club of Beloit. I am sharing what our club shared with the superintendent in mid-October. The Blue Line Club of Beloit is a booster club to support the Beloit Memorial Knights hockey team. Our nonprofit has been around since 1989, assisting the team with costs such as equipment, supplies, and extra ice time and training for the boys. In fact, we provided the boys strength training and on-ice practice over the summer using area ice rinks while observing many COVID-19 precautions such as limiting locker room usage, utilizing small training pods, social distancing with masks whenever possible, and mandating signed agreements/waivers from all parents in place before the start of the trainings. We are grateful for all that you and your administration are doing to keep our students and staff safe. It is a difficult and often unappreciated task. We are ready to express support for these efforts while working with the youth hockey organization, city officials, and school district athletics to put into writing plans to also conduct high school hockey in the safest way possible. In addition, WIAA has released their winter sports COVID-19 considerations to further help schools prepare for athletic events in a carefully planned manner. Due to the lack of year-round ice in Beloit, our season cannot be moved to the spring or summer, which is why we are all working hard to find a way for the boys, several of them seniors, to play this season. While we know the plan submitted by Athletics Director Joel Beard needs time to be evaluated and go through an approval process, we also want to note that we are running short on time to set up schedules that coordinate with the youth organization, other schools, and available referees. In addition, the city will not consider the COVID-19 plans for approval until after the school district approves it, requiring additional time before the season could start. For these reasons, we hope to have a school district decision as soon as possible. On behalf of the Blue Line Club of Beloit and the players, I would like to thank the board for considering our request.
Okay, thank you.
And the other one I have is from Anthony Anastasi, 2225 Pioneer Drive of Beloit. I understand that there is no easy solution to the obstacles in front of you. In saying that, there are plans in place throughout this state and our country to address these issues of concern that we are all facing as a community, including our youth. Some of the questions you will be facing: are you prepared to help every child that will be battling depression and/or suicidal thoughts? Do we have the appropriate emotional and financial to care for these children? Are there enough resources and support available for the faculty and parents? When our children battle mental health, the chain reaction is limitless throughout this community and beyond. Please consider all factors when making difficult decisions such as the ones you are faced with this evening. I would like to share a short yet concise article regarding the mental health of our youth during this pandemic from UW Health. More than 2/3 of high school athletes report anxiety and depression since pandemic, from Madison, Wisconsin. A recent survey of high school athletes across the nation suggests that the cancellation of youth sports since the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic has taken a significant toll on the mental health and well-being of adolescents. The study, completed by a team of physicians, child health experts, and researchers from UW Health and the University of Wisconsin School of Medicine and Public Health, found that approximately 68% of the 3,243 student athletes surveyed reported feelings of anxiety and depression at levels that would typically require medical intervention. That's up 37% from past research studies. The study also reported that physical activity levels were 50% lower than they were for kids prior to the pandemic, and that quality of life scores were lower than researchers had ever found in similar studies of adolescents. The results of the study are both striking and concerning, said Dr. Claudia Reardon, Associate Professor of Psychiatry at University of Wisconsin School of Medicine and Public Health. We know that exercise and physical activity are powerful antidepressant and anti-anxiety interventions. We strongly encourage public health experts and school administrators to thoughtfully consider both the benefits and risks of prolonged school closures and sport cancellations. We hope that any plan moving forward addresses not only our kids' physical health and safety, but their social development and emotional well-being as well. Thank you for your consideration in developing and implementing a plan for the student athletes to play the games they have come to love and develop life skills.
Thank you very much. We're on to 3.8, the superintendent evaluation tool.
Okay, so I have uploaded the final version of the superintendent evaluation tool. I have shared it out in an email a while back asking for any feedback. All feedback that I received, I incorporated, and so I present this to the board for discussion and consideration.
Is there a motion to adopt the tool or any questions? Board Member Levy?
Thank you. It's the first time I'm using my iPad, so I'm trying to, it's a little different. All right. My only question, thank you, Dr. Keister, for adjusting that date. I believe previously it went through August. It's my understanding that the end of your interim contract is June 30th, 2020. So are we certain, so the evaluation has to happen before then? So should we have a different end date on the period of time of evaluation?
So I did adjust it to reflect the end of my contract, and it certainly can be adjusted to the end date that the board would feel most comfortable with.
Okay, so I guess the question is to the board, if the contract ends on June 30th and the evaluation needs to happen before the end of the contract, it is my recommendation that June 30th, 2021 not be the end of the evaluation period.
Board Member Jacobs, do you have additional thoughts for Board Member Levy?
Yeah. My understanding, and perhaps I'm incorrect, is that this is just standard, that whatever the contract is are the contract dates, and we will be doing the evaluation in January, correct? So I don't have any problem with it stating the time of this contract, because again, I think that's just par for the course, that's the way the districts do it. That's my understanding. Thank you.
Yeah, we do kind of like an informal conversation using the tool as a guide in January, and then in probably like the end of April, May, we would begin on compiling the tool so that we would be able to have that final evaluation discussion and the final document in June before the contract expired.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I'm still comfortable with the dates listed.
Board Member Wong?
What if we just put on there, just if there was the adjustment made on the date area, just put contract term from July 1st to June 30th?
I'm fine with that adjustment. Board Member Levy?
No, that sounds great.
Okay. I'm adjusting on my copy here.
Okay. Are there any other thoughts, questions, or a motion to adopt it as amended?
I move approval of the evaluation tool for the interim superintendent's evaluation.
I second.
We have a motion, a second, to adopt the interim superintendent evaluation tool. Any other questions or discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, the tool is adopted with that minor change in the date. Okay, policy 733, rule 2, vending and appliance use policy, first reading. Questions, discussion, or a motion?
I move approval of the layover of the policy 733, Rule 2, vending and appliance use policy for first reading.
Second.
We have a motion, a second, to approve policy 733, rule 2, vending and appliance use policy for first reading and layover. Any other questions or discussion regarding the motion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, the motion passes. Policy 723.41, school closing, reopening during a public health crisis for first reading. Are there any questions or discussion or a motion?
I move that we approve policy 723.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, I'm sorry, Board Member Levy, go for
I
it.
had a question. No. It is not your fault. It was taking me a little longer to drop it in there. And I don't have a question for discussion. I just have a statement that I continue to feel strongly that this policy is out of line with Wisconsin Statute 120.12, which outlines the school board duties. And under number 1, it specifically says the possession, care, control, and management of property and affairs of the school district. So I would just like to have that statement for the record.
Okay, and then Vice President Miller.
Thank you. Yeah, I've put a lot of thought into this issue as well, and I think it's a really big deal to delegate a board responsibility to a superintendent. And so while I'm very comfortable with educators making these decisions and bringing them to the board, I feel like the reason that we're doing this policy is because we just didn't have a policy in existence. And I'm just going to speak for myself when I say that I'm really happy with, how this has gone forward and how Dr. Kieser and his team have executed things. And I just am curious about why the policy doesn't replicate what actually happened, which was when Dr. Kieser and his team brought forward a framework and a plan for board approval and then are executing it from there. So I guess with that context, my only recommendation to amend the policy would be in that first sentence where it says the superintendent shall make decisions regarding when to reopen schools during a public health crisis. Given I guess I didn't hash out exact language, I apologize, but with a board approved plan, because I feel like that's a good balance. I mean, the community has elected us and sort of hired us to oversee the operations of a district. I feel like this is a really big deal and the community should have some kind of policy driven voice. But this way, it also, the policy then allows for Dr. Kieser and his team, once they've got the board approved plan, to kind of get behind the wheel and drive the bus. So for example, some of the public comments that we heard about the nuances of the plan, if I'm understanding the policy correctly, Dr. Kieser and his team would be able to respond to those things without board approval. But that way the community has, and through us, a stake in sort of an approval, a voice in approving what is that framework by which we're operating. So those are my thoughts. I tried to bring them to the last policy committee meeting. They didn't get reflected in there, so I'm bringing this up again, and I'm curious about the board's thoughts and Dr. Kieser's thoughts.
Thank you, Board Member Miller. Down in paragraph 7 is the first sentence talks about the superintendent shall develop a plan for keeping schools open or reopened during an ongoing health crisis and keeping the Board of Education informed with such a plan. So that was language that was discussed. Based on your comments, I feel that if there's going to be additional language put in, that would be the most logical place to insert that, if the board agrees.
I appreciate that feedback, and listening to you say, I do recall from the policy meeting, from that discussion, that we covered that. So yeah, I appreciate that, and I think that's, I think as long as we could sneak something in there, I feel like right now we're taking something that the board, the consensus or the majority of the board felt was disproportionately balanced toward having a board power, right? And we're trying to create a policy in absence of ever having a policy to define the process, to give more power to our administration, who's working directly with our educators, which I know the majority of us feel like makes sense. But I'm concerned that we're tipping the scale too far toward not really giving the community the voice that statutorily it has. My secondary concern with that is if there were to be some kind of contention, right, between, and Dr. Keiser and I discussed this at a one-on-one a few times ago, if there were some disagreement, right, between Dr. Keiser and the consensus of the board, we would have to waive policy and then go back to that statute, which is not the way in which I think our board or our administration really wants things to be. You know, I mean, I feel like I'm grateful for how well we've been functioning. And since the way in which we've been functioning well involves having a board approved plan, and that way some recourse for the community to have ownership over that plan through their elected folks, I think that I would be more comfortable with including language in that paragraph. Is just fine with me. That would acknowledge that there needs to be a board authorized plan under which or within which the administration makes decisions.
Appreciate the feedback.
Did you offer, Vice President Miller, did you offer suggested verbiage, like what you would like to see?
She was not.
I don't mind where in the policy it occurs. I think that the words board approved plan need to be in there, like that's the primary event that triggers the ability for the administration. So like if the administration brings us a plan and we can just find the words to include board approved plan, like seeks the approval of the board approves the plan, and now Dr. Keiser and his administration have the freedom to maneuver within that approved plan, that makes sense. Which would mean that if, like, let's say there's like this strain of the virus, we have a vaccine, everything goes away, everything's hunky-dory for a few months, and now we have like 3 new strains, and we have to start all this over again, and the details of that virus or whatever would be different, then Dr. Keiser and his team would then bring forth a new plan, we would approve it, and then go from there. So to replicate essentially what I'm asking for is that language just to replicate the current process under which we're going, because the only reason we're putting in a policy is because we just didn't have a policy to deal with the pandemic, which is reasonable. So why not just plug in exactly what we've been doing that I think for the most part our board and our administration are okay with.
Okay, thank you. Board Member Wong, can I jump back up to Jacobs, because we had that conflict for a second, or where everyone was trying to do it once. Board Member Jacobs.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President. Board Member Miller, so what is the board's plan? If we put that in there, what is our plan?
So it's not our plan. I mean, it would still be the administration's plan. It would just like we did in July, we approved the administration's plan. We had a great discussion. Like Dr. Keiser just pointed out a few moments ago, he brought it to the board. We were able to discuss it. There were 2 tweaks. There was when we were going to make the decision and the time. I can't know have a good way. The time frame in which we would make the decision were kind of discussed and tweaked a bit. But essentially, we approved the plan that Dr. Keiser and his administration brought forward. Still be driven by administration. What I'm looking for there to be more balance so that we're still doing our due diligence to the community and making sure they have a voice, is just that the administration would bring us a plan just like they did in July. We would approve it just like we did in July. And then Dr. Keiser and his team are able to then make decisions within the context of that approved plan.
But I guess I'm still confused, but when the new language say the board's plan, or did I misunderstand?
No, I apologize if I said that. I was
okay.
looking for the words board approved plan. And I'm glad you brought that up, Board Member Jacobs, because maybe the language should include brought forward by administration.
Thank you. That makes more sense to me. Thank you, Board Member Miller.
No, thanks for clarifying.
Okay. Board Member Wong.
I'm all for that. I think that's a good addition to the policy. I think that the way that we've handled it has been proven out through this period of time that it has been done in a very diplomatic way and a very professional way within our district. I think that Dr. Kieser and his team have done a good job as far as presenting the plan and listening to the concerns that we've addressed as a board. I know from another board that I serve on of another large organization here in the community that it was conducted in much the same way, and it was brought forward to our board for approval, and then we went forth from there. I continue to truly believe that that is the responsibility. Yes, it is. Our job is part of the powers is to oversee the district, but we do have the authorization to provide that authority to the superintendent in this situation. And I think that's part of his position, having boots on the ground, discussing it with all the players in the community, as well as health officials and the city and the health systems around here as well. So I think but the addition of that, I think, is warranted, and I would agree with that.
Vice President Miller.
Board Member Levy, were you first?
I thought the 725 one was where everybody was trying to do it all at once.
Whoa. I apologize. Okay, well, it looks like maybe Board Member Levy's iPad is on the fritz a bit. So I apologize if I'm taking your spot here. Board Member Wong, thank you for that comment. And same page about being able to hand powers back and forth. I guess in the spirit of making sure we don't entirely disenfranchise our community, this policy is the purpose of creating it is because there's an absence of a policy. And what we're doing right now is what we're doing right now. I'm worried, or not worried, I guess I'm feeling okay. I'm concerned about in future situations, if we had to start over fresh, I feel like without that language, it would disenfranchise our community of having a say, like a legitimized say, if we are through policy removing that, kind of power that the community has, like that power balance. But I just wanted to clarify that, and I same page with being able to move powers around. I get it. So thank you for that very much.
Okay, Board Member Levy.
Thank you. I apologize. I fell off the meeting and then came back. So if I missed something, forgive me. Board Member Miller, I completely agree with everything that I heard you say, and it is in fact what I have been saying since, I believe, July. But unfortunately, it is the exact opposite of what is written in this policy. If you are proposing, as I have in the past, that the administrative plan should be approved by the board, that is the exact opposite of the first sentence of this policy, which states the superintendent shall make decisions regarding when to reopen schools. So that's the conflict for me. I agree with what you're saying. That is the opposite of the policy that's before us.
Vice President Miller.
Thank you. And so to clarify, thank you very much for that, Board Member Levy. And I think that the reason that I was sort of gravitating toward making an amendment to that first sentence is because I found that confusing as well. When I was mulling it over after the second policy meeting where it was discussed, it felt like there wasn't a clear vision, because I heard both that we wanted it to be under the authority of the superintendent, but I also heard that we needed a policy in place to kind of carry on with what we were doing, and what we were doing wasn't that. So I do think it makes sense for Dr. Kieser to be able to make calls as we go. Like, for example, if there's a winter sports thing, we just heard some comments about that. Like, that's, go for it, administration, bring us what you're going to do. Sounds good. But I mean, I think like initially how we started, I feel like we've all been really happy with how we started, it started with an administratively driven board approved plan. So my question then would go to Dr. Kieser. Would you be comfortable with contextualizing the language within the first sentence? And I apologize, Board Member Levy, if you have concerns beyond just that sentence, so I don't want to speak for you. I guess just like if we would add into that seventh paragraph, as well as like just kind of put in that context in the first sentence, maybe would that clarify?
Okay. I wasn't sure if you wanted Board Member Levy to respond before I did.
Whatever works, it's fine.
Oh, I will jump in. So my position, as it has consistently been, is that I think this should be a board decision. For me, this is a what, and then how it happens is the how. So for me, I would be perfectly fine with this policy if instead of the superintendent shall make the decision, it said the Board of Education, and then follow that throughout the policy. So for example, I can't find it right now. But the point is, I think this should be a board decision. It should not be the superintendent's decision. I am just really interested in hearing from other board members, because when I brought this up in July, August, September, and carrying on, there was very strong opposition. And not that I'm saying that I wish that for this evening, but it seems that that does not exist tonight. So I'm wondering how other board members are feeling about this.
Board Member Jacobs.
Sorry, I had trouble with my mute button. Actually, since I'm on the policy committee and with what Board Member Levy just asked, I'll wait and listen to other board members first, please, Mr. President. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other thoughts? Board Member Delgado.
Okay, just listening to all of you talk about this, and I was on the policy committee as well, that I listened to. I understand what Board Member Levy is saying. I think it's just the way that was presented just seems like we were taking all authority away from Dr. Kieser. I mean, I understand, like the way that Megan worded it was a little bit more softer. Maybe that's why it makes it a little bit more, because it's really not, like with the wording that she's using, it's not taking like so much the authority away. It's just that it's being presented to the board to make that approval. I see that Board Member Levy has an issue with the first where it says the superintendent shall make the decision. And if we can just add there after board approval, I don't know, it just to me, my perception, it just makes it a little bit softer than stating the board will make the ultimate decision, towards it, because we still need them to present something to us. I don't know if that makes sense or not, but it kind of makes sense in my head.
Okay, thank you. Board Member Anderson?
So I agree with Megan that if we put like something in there talking about it's a board approved plan, like in that first sentence, you could always say like the superintendent shall make a decision using a board approved plan to make a decision on the opening of schools. I mean, you can make wording like that, which could, I think that could satisfy it. But yeah, I mean, I think that's a good idea for Megan.
Thank you. I was thinking, instead of saying plan, what if it said like board approved criteria? Or, because I think the board's biggest role was really kind of adopting the criteria, what was the outbreak rate going to be, the trending 2 week. I think that was one of the biggest, one of the biggest actions that the board really approved and adopted. So rather than saying like a board adopted plan, what about like a board adopted criteria for reentry, or I'm trying to think of, there's another word that's kind of like, that's escaping me, right? It's like, I can almost reach out and grab it, but it's just not there. Board Member Levy.
Thank you, President Larson. It would be really helpful to me if we could gain clarity, and it would also be helpful if we could focus on content and substance and not the style of the way that it's being presented. I think that's going to lead us to the best decisions for our district. Who are we saying should make the decision? Because it can't be everyone. It's the board makes the decision, or it's the superintendent makes the decision. And if we could start there, and then we could maybe discuss how that happens. So, for example, if the board makes the decision, it's after the superintendent and administration presents a plan. If we are saying the superintendent makes the decision, then maybe we can provide some clarity. But I think the first step is to decide who is making the decision, because it can't be everyone.
Board Member Jacobs?
Thank you. I'm just reflecting back on what Board Member Wong said and some conversations I've had with Dr. Kieser. I want the community. I think it's critical that we hear from our community, from the parents, and what their wishes are, their wants and their desires right now, and we need to hear from them, and that would not come from the board. I mean, they're welcome always, of course, to come to any board member, but I think our best bang for our buck to really understand where our parents want, what they want, whether it's virtual, whether it's a hybrid, whether it's keeping the schools closed down, would be through surveys, and that would be done by administration, not by individual board members, not by the board as a whole. So that's why I'm fine with Dr. Kieser, because I know that those types of things would be put into play before decisions were made. And if that's making sense, I also agree, and I understood what Board Member Delgado was saying. And I believe it will be, and if the board feels better putting some language in, that the board approves the plan of the superintendent or something to that effect, I'm fine with that. But again, I think we have to be careful that there's 7 members on the board, and we don't have the authority or the means of asking the entire community what they need or they want. Thank you.
Vice President Miller?
Thank you for those thoughts, and I appreciate Board Member Levy's ask for clarity, and I'm hearing a couple different messages as well. So if we're going to stick to the what versus the how, and also make sure that, remembering that we are sort of hired by the community to be their voice in overseeing the district, to me it makes sense if we think of it as we are approving the what that the administration would bring forward, which is the power then that the community can leverage over the district, and then the policy then would, going forward, give Dr. Kieser the how and how it's executed. So kind of going back to what President Larson said about whatever the wording is that the board can find consensus on is fine with me, but, whether it's criteria or a framework or a rough plan, whatever, but just making sure that we have the criteria and the parameters in place, and that should come to the board, because that is how this has been executed. And that is how we've been able to make sure that the community is represented, and that way if the community is unhappy, I mean, that's how it works, right? If the community is unhappy with something, that's why we have elections, right? They can't fire Dr. Kieser, right? They're upset about something. So while I appreciate your Board Member Jacobs talking about the how in which the administration would then continue to get feedback from parents and families, which totally makes sense to me, I think that if we think of it as this policy would sustain the board's kind of statutory ability to approve to approve the what, which regarding the operations of the district, and then grant that power going forward to Dr. Kieser and his administration to execute the how, to me, because again, the policy is only here because we just didn't have a policy, that's very reflective of what the norms and what the direction is that we've been going as a board, in terms of we do the what, they do the how, let's keep that balance, kind of clear lines, and respectful kind of flow of communication and work.
Dr. Kieser?
So I've been reflecting on the conversation that's been happening, and I have some language that perhaps might bring a little bit of clarity to. So not looking at the 7th paragraph where I had directed Board Member Miller, but in that first opening sentence, the superintendent shall, and then strike, make decisions, and insert the words, develop a plan for board approval regarding when to open or reopen schools during a public health crisis.
That sounds good to me. I'm curious what other board members think.
Board Member Jacobs?
So Dr. Kieser, then would the plan that you, would present to the board, that would be direct communication with our parents, correct then, as far as reopening?
It would be informed by direct communication to parents, students, either through my multiple means that I've already been communicating. So listening sessions, surveys. I'm meeting with Student Advisory Council tomorrow, and we'll be gathering their input. So yes, informed by the constituents.
Okay, thank you.
Board Member Levy?
Thank you. So just for clarity, are we saying that we are now ready as a board to say that this decision belongs to the board and not the superintendent?
I think it belongs to both. Dr. Kieser is going to present a plan, and then the board is going to approve it.
Here's the thing. Everyone can't, it's okay for one or the other to be the decider, but we can't say that everyone is the decider. So as I understand it, our two options are Dr. Kieser and the administration presents a plan and the board approves it, which would make the board the deciders, or the administration and Dr. Kieser decides what is happening and informs the board. In that scenario, Dr. Kieser is the decider. We can't have both. I'm just trying to understand what are we saying as a board as to who will make the decision.
Board Member Levy, I want to thank you for that clarification, because I was kind of ready to accept the language that Vice President Miller had proposed, but now after your comments, I guess I really am in favor of approving the policy as it is, because it does talk about oversight of the board. I know Dr. Kieser may not always be the superintendent and the person making that decisions, but in this experience, our input has always been sought, and we have the opportunity to provide feedback. And I think as a, that's important for the board and superintendent relationship to have that communication. So right now, I would be opposed to adding any language of a board-approved plan. Vice President Miller?
Okay, thank you, and I also appreciate the clarification. I find all of the really kind of robust descriptions in the policy about how the oversight and communication to be very satisfactory as well. I think the reason that I'm kind of on the other side of this, though, is that if we approve that criteria or that plan, it doesn't take away that communication, and it also doesn't take away Dr. Kieser or any administrator's ability to then maneuver and make decisions within that plan. What it would take away, though, is a community's voice and our accountability to the community, which I think is in something this large is quite critical. In addition to that, the purpose of bringing forward the policy was just because there was an absence of a policy, and I feel like you just said it yourself, we're all really happy with how this has gone. Why wouldn't the policy just reflect what the experience has been.
Thank you. Board Member Jacobs?
Board Member Miller, if I understood you correctly, did you just say that the community, and I'm assuming you're meaning the parents, or parents and community, wouldn't have any say in it?
The accountability that we have to the community as elected officials is so that we know that we're making a decision and we will be held accountable as elected people hired to do this job. So we are acting as public people. That's like in any decision that we make. So like if a constituent then reaches out to you and says, I'm really upset, and there have been things, for example, recently where people have reached out and said, well, I'm really unhappy with this. And we said, well, sorry, that's not our lane. I think that they're absolutely, the hows are completely appropriately delegated to our administration. And I have to agree, though, that the direction of how we open or close schools, or in this case, open, is a pretty large what. And so when I first heard, just for some context, I mean, it makes a ton of sense to me that Dr. Kieser should not have to come to the board and seek board approval, like on every little decision. We already approved what I feel is a really great plan. So why do that? But also, we approved that plan. And so to me, adding in that language produces the kind of balance that is both accountable to the community and what they've sort of hired us to do, and also gives Dr. Kieser, absolutely the ability to maneuver within the plan that he develops with his team.
Okay, so we can approve the policy for a first reading with the suggested language that Dr. Kieser has proposed, kind of touching on some of the concerns. Is there a motion regarding the policy one way or another?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the policy for a first read, including the language that Dr. Kieser put forward.
Is there a second?
Can I get clarification on that? What specific language are you referring to? Because we had a lot of conversation going around here.
Dr. Kieser, can you please read that? I'm sorry, can you read that first sentence again, please, Dr. Kieser?
Certainly. So in that first paragraph, first sentence, the superintendent shall strike, make decisions, and insert, develop a plan for board approval regarding when to open or reopen schools during a public health crisis, including but not limited to, and so on.
And Board Member Miller, that is the language that you were wanting. Okay. Is there a second then?
Well, I had a question, Board President Larson.
Can we wait? We can't continue discussion now until we have a second.
Oh, okay.
I'll wait. Yeah, I'll wait, and then we can.
Problem.
Okay. All right. Is anyone willing to second the motion? Okay. Doesn't look like there's a second. Board Member Levy?
I love clarity. So it sounds like we are now, as a board, saying that this is a board decision, not the superintendent's decision. Is that accurate?
I wouldn't say that necessarily because the motion to add that language to the policy didn't get a second. So is there another motion that a board member would like to make?
Mr. President?
Yes, Board Member Jacobs.
I'd like to make a motion to approve policy 723.41, school opening / reopening during a public health crisis.
For a first reading and layover?
Yes.
Is there a second?
For first, oh, sorry.
I'll second that.
So we have a motion, a second, to approve policy 723.41, school opening and reopening during a public health crisis for first reading and layover. And Board Member Jacobs, I want to clarify that is as it's currently written, correct?
That is correct. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other questions or discussion? Board Member Levy? Is that a current one?
Yes, and you just asked the question that I was going to ask to clarify that Board Member Jacobs is moving. It appears as currently written without adjustments. So thank you for clarifying that.
Thank you. Any other questions or discussion regarding the motion? Seeing none, all in favor of approving policy 723.41, school opening, reopening during a public health crisis for first reading and layover, please say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Nay.
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 I'm sorry, Board President. I wasn't clear on who was aye and who was nay. Could we do a roll call vote, please?
Sure, roll call, please, Board Secretary. Can we just ask to clarify?
Anderson?
Nay.
I'm sorry.
Nay.
Delgado?
Aye.
Jacobs?
Aye.
Larson?
Aye.
Levy?
Nay.
Miller?
Nay.
Wong?
Aye.
I have 4 ayes and 3 nays.
All right, thank you. Brings us to D, policy 723.41, rule 1, school opening and reopening procedures for first reading. Any questions, discussions, or a motion?
I make a motion to approve policy 723.41, rule 1, school opening / reopening procedures, first reading.
I'll second that.
We have a motion, a second, to approve policy 723.41, rule 1, school opening, reopening procedures for first reading. Any other questions or discussion regarding the motion?
No questions, but I would like a roll call vote, please.
Okay, roll call, please.
Anderson?
Aye.
I'm sorry, was that an aye or a nay?
Aye.
Delgado?
Aye.
Jacobs?
Aye.
Larson?
Aye.
Levy?
Nay.
Miller?
Nay.
Wong?
Aye.
I have 5 ayes, 2 nays.
All right, thank you very much. Brings us to item E, the implicit bias training for Board of Education. So I attached the recommendation from the attorney into the executive content on board docs that it would have to be televised. Are there any questions, discussion, or a motion? Board Member Jacobs?
Thank you. I just want to state for the record that of what I said last board meeting, I will not be participating in it because I feel very strongly, having had the training previously, the importance of having it be in a safer a safe environment in order for the work to be its most effective. And I think this work is critical and extremely important. And I understand that there are rules governing the board that we have no control over. If we could do it in a private setting, a closed setting, not on YouTube, I would be right there. But because that decision's been taken away, and I understand, that's a law, I respectfully will decline participating because I know that I will not feel comfortable, nor will I feel that I'm in a safe environment. Thank you.
All right, Vice President Miller.
Thank you. Yeah, I guess I didn't know that we had made the decision yet. I guess one thing that I was kind of curious about everybody's perspective on is, since Dr. Keister invited Rob to come and give us kind of like the 10 recommendations about how boards should function, and among them was that we act in uniformity as a board. One thing that I'm struggling with is I feel like if we're going to act in uniformity as a board to undergo training about how best, specifically, the reason we're doing this specifically is how of any implicit bias barriers there may be. I'm concerned if we don't all participate that we will lose that functionality as a unified group that Rob spoke so in depth about the other night. So I'm just wondering if anybody else has that concern.
You kind of nod, or if you have that concern. Okay. Board Member Wong?
In regards to the legal opinion on this, I can certainly respect that, and the fact that we're going to be required to have it televised. My concern becomes that when you start to do this and you put us out into a public setting like that, all of us with very private opinions and private, we're kind of, I wouldn't say air in our dirty laundry, but for lack of better terms, that's what I'm thinking of. My concern is that you're going to have people participating with that are going to be a very guarded situation, because as we all know, if this is videotaped or something is completely taken out of context, which we know that the public is very good at doing that this could potentially damage any one of us individually at a later time or in some setting. And I don't think that that's fair for any of us to be put in that type of a situation.
Thank you. Board Member Anderson.
So reading through the recommendation, at the end of it, he suggested that for anyone for people that actually have concerns about having this out in public, we can do small groups, which then it would be private. It wouldn't be classified as a quorum. But the little kind of caveat I would like to add to it as you read through it was they suggested that we come back and debrief it publicly and kind of discuss what happened. Could we see if maybe we could have, it's Mark, right? See if he's willing to kind of come back into the meeting, or for that meeting when we debrief, and kind of facilitate questions just so that people can see what we went through and discussed. So maybe that's a good option. I mean, I don't know.
So it sounds like you're interested in trying to do it like in small groups so we wouldn't have a quorum of the board, and then coming back and doing a debrief as a quorum televised. Is that correct?
Yeah, because I just want to, I'm not, really concerned, but Stephanie, she has kind of expressed her concern about it, about being public, and possibly not getting the full benefit out of it. So this could be a good alternative so that we can all get it, but we still get that benefit of us all being together to discuss our own personal, things that we found out during this meeting.
Okay. Thank you. Board Member Levy.
Thank you. So two things. The first, I am certain no harm was meant, but I'm very uncomfortable with statements like the public is really good at taking things out of context. I just don't think it's fair to make a blanket statement like that. And again, I'm going to assume no harm was meant. My position on this is I think that this should be public. I think that if we ask people to vote for us and to support us, that we have the obligation to share with people what our positions are on unconscious bias and our decision making as it relates to decisions that impact our students, our staff, our community.
Okay, thank you. Board Member Miller.
Thank you for that, Board Member Levy, because what I was thinking about a couple of hours ago in particular is, in our district, we really, it sometimes has been a point of contention among staff to kind of address some of these issues. And I feel like what better way to kind of like take a leadership role in that than to lean into some discomfort and lead by example, and show that even, we're not district staff and we're willing to kind of put ourselves out there for them to see as well and say, like, it's kind of like when we went to get the flu shot the other day and I went first and showed my kids like, oh, that wasn't that bad, or what. I mean, maybe that's a bad metaphor because maybe it's, I don't want to speak for people and everybody's got their own stuff. But I mean, I feel like it's kind of our obligation to sort of, we're kind of hired on to be public people. And so the work of the board should be public, at least to an extent. There's a second point I wanted to make, and I feel like I'm losing it now because I got distracted by thinking about flu shots, so I apologize for that diversion. But I guess the point of doing this is just to function like fully as a board together. That's the point I was going to make. Sorry. Okay, so having also been through one of Mark Perry's trainings before, it's a training. Like it's not challenge day. Like I feel like we're not going to sit in a circle and divulge our deepest, darkest secrets. Like, I mean, I feel like it's a training role. So maybe a piece of information that would be helpful for all of us to make the decision is, maybe we do need some more information about like to what extent we're expected to like share out and how much of it is like personal reflection. So I feel like when I went through it, I heard a lot of really interesting stories and I was involved in some really emotional, invoking narratives about things that have happened to people. We've like learned about like stereotypes and microaggression and things like that. But I don't feel like I was ever put on the spot to publicly share what my innermost thoughts were. And since there is the opportunity to follow up written into that contract, if there's some personal exploration that I wanted to do as a result of that, I feel like that is something in a non-televised way I could dig deeper in for my own edification, right? But I just want to kind of point back to the fact that like we're on YouTube right now in a public meeting because that's what the expectation is, from the community and through open meetings law.
Board Member Delgado.
The only thing that I want to say that I completely agree on is the importance that every board member participates in this training. I can completely understand, the discomfort on some people of, being, televised. I mean, I struggle with that myself. But, at any point, I still think that it's very important for everyone to participate in this training. And I really like the idea that Board Member Anderson presented because I think it kind of takes away that intimidation of, because not knowing what to expect from a training like this, even if we have gone through it, at any point of our, lives, I still, this is with someone new, with, it's unknown of what actually is going to happen. And so maybe, like Board Member Miller stated, if we can have maybe some type of a summary of what is going to be presented and, what we're going to be working on. I think it would take that anxiety away from, board members of being completely public. My other suggestion would have been if this could be made into some kind of board member retreat where we could, allow for public to be in, but not televised. I don't know if that's a possibility or not, but, that's I don't know, just a suggestion.
Yeah, we had tried. That was kind of because, traditionally our workshops and retreats haven't been televised. But it was the feeling that during the time of COVID, that even if we had the building open and we participated, that still didn't meet the requirements to access during this time of the pandemic. So is there, Board Member Jacobs, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I'm just listening yet. Go ahead.
Well, I was wondering if we've heard kind of like two different, some different sides. So I'm wondering if there's a motion one way or another. It sounds like one way could be to approve it as it is and go on with planning, and another way would be to postpone it until our business meeting, but requiring kind of like an outline or more information from Mark Perry as to what it would entail, so that board members, it might ease the anxiety of board members to participate in it televised. That's kind of why those the two standpoints I'm hearing.
Mr. President,
Yes, Board Member Jacobs.
is it possible for me to speak directly to Mark Perry regarding the?
I don't think so.
Oh, okay. Then I still will
if-
hold my stance. Thank you.
Okay.
I move that we move forward with the implicit bias training as it is presented in our packet this evening.
Before that gets a second, can Board Member Levy, since it is approving a contract, can you look at the motion, because it does have to include like the dollar amount? Oh, I'm sorry.
Let me
It's
do a
not
little
there. I'm
digging,
sorry.
because there is not recommended action.
It says to be determined. Okay, so the so the motion should say something like approve the contract with Community Action of Rockland Counties Incorporated in the amount of $1,000 for implicit bias training. Board Member Levy, I'm sorry, you're muted.
My apologies. There I was being brilliant, and I'm muted. I would like to add to the motion that you stated that we include the option for additional work as stated in the contract to not exceed $150 per hour.
Okay, so the motion is to approve the contract with Community Action of Rock and Walworth County Incorporated in the amount of $1,000 for the implicit bias training, and in addition, more time is necessary at the rate of $150 per hour. Okay, is there a second to that motion?
I will second.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. Are there any more questions or discussion regarding the motion?
I have a question. So knowing how I feel, I don't have a problem with, I'm only speaking for myself, of course, but I'm not sure how to vote on this then, because I have no problem with other board members taking the training if that's what an individual decides. This is kind of a different thing.
Well, no one can tell you how to vote. I think you just have to, yeah, I know.
Just go with it?
Yeah.
Just go with it. All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Do we have a roll call vote, please?
I'd like to amend the current motion to include, I don't know how to word this properly. What's the language that you had said?
To break up or to do small groups and then come back together to do a debrief as a group with Mark Perry as a facilitator of questions so that.
Okay, I'd like to amend it to conduct the training, but to have small group breakout sessions that are below the quorum of the board for the detailed discussion of the training, and then to reconvene as a board to have discussion and question and answer and debriefing with Mr. Perry.
I actually don't accept that friendly amendment. I feel like that's a completely separate topic, which I'm not necessarily opposed to, but I think it is very important for the motion to state for the implicit bias training that it is as stated in the contract, and my expectation is that it would include the full board. Of course, people are free to choose how they want to govern themselves.
But we can't, it's not a friendly amendment because by motion second, so now this is an amendment. So the motion, this is a motion to amend, so it needs a second. So is there anyone willing to second Board Member Wong's motion? Or amendment, I should say.
I have a question on Board Member Wong's. Does that mean that everybody takes the training together?
We have to have a second before we can.
Oh, I forgot. I'm sorry.
On this. So
I have a question, but as you just said, we can't ask them.
Yeah, we have to have.
I'll second it, but then I have a question to follow up.
Okay. All right, so it's seconded. Board Member Anderson.
So if this passes, would it encourage the rest of the, or to make sure that the members that are most hesitant about this, that they will attend? Because we know how valuable this training could be while picking a superintendent for a district.
The board cannot mandate a board. We can't tell a board member they have to come, and we can't tell a board member they cannot come. So
Well,
that's not within our.
I mean, just like, can we just ask like that if we approve this, would they be more willing to attend? Just making more people comfortable, just so that we know that the people that are a little that are kind of nervous about it being televised, that make them more willing to possibly attend.
I would hope that would be the case, but again, we can't say you have to or you can't. There is that, we act as one, so even if you disagree, then you still go with the wishes of the board, but ultimately that's up to each board member's. It's up to them. Okay, so the amendment has a motion, a second. Board Member Jacobs, did you have a question now that that amendment was seconded?
Well, a couple. Actually, why can't I speak to, I'm just thinking back, why can't I speak to Mark directly? Because maybe I'm misunderstanding what the training entails, but when I listen to him and from my trainings that I've had, they can get pretty intense. So why is there a reason why I can't speak to Mark directly?
I think if the board wishes for more information, I'm happy to reach out, but I think that's just the role of the board president, and if other board members disagree, then that's fine, but that's my gut knee-jerk reaction or thought.
Okay. And then thank you. And then this new motion that's up, or a friendly amendment. So I'm a little confused again. So we'd all take the training together, or is the second one where we do it like in groups of two?
The amendment. The amendment would be that we do it in small groups, so we wouldn't have a quorum of the board.
And how are we going to decide those? Because we've got. Isn't two a quorum if you're on the same committee?
I think that's something that would I mean, that's a good point. You wouldn't be able to mix them up because that'd be quorum of committee.
Yeah, I don't know how we could. I mean, I could go with Spencer. I'm just thinking out loud. I could go with Spencer, but like, I mean, how would we all do? I don't know how that would work because we're on so many committees. Would that work?
Or we can, I mean, if that's what the board wants to do, we'd have to figure out a way to make it work. But then the groups would probably have to be really small, like 2 to 3 people tops. If you went more than that, you would have a quorum of a committee. Board Member Miller, is that 813? Did you get to speak on that, or is that old or new, I guess is the question.
No, it was new. I think, well, I was just going to ask if and now that you've restated, maybe it's a moot point. I thought I heard that we were going to like be together and then break off, and I didn't know. I just didn't want to kind of manage what Mark Perry's training is. I didn't know that was even a possibility, so I was just going to recommend that we ask him if that would be a possibility before putting the motion forward. But it sounds to me like now you were saying it would just be the same training in smaller groups. So that was my only thought.
Okay, Board Member Levy.
I think we are morphing this into something that is different from the attendant contract. So it doesn't, for me, it doesn't make sense for us to do a motion and to vote, because this might completely change the cost structure of what we're asking to have happen. If we have 4 groups, I don't know, however many small groups, if I was Mark, I would charge us as each of those is an independent training. So multiples of 1,000.
Yeah, and so that is something, if this amendment were to pass, then and the price change, then would have to come back for approval for additional expenses, if that's what it was, if that's what it took. But we have an amendment that's been seconded, so we have to dispose of that. Are there any questions regarding the amendment?
No, but I would like a roll call vote, please.
Okay, Board Member Anderson.
So you're saying that if the amendment gets approved, then it will ask Mark if it's okay that we do this, and if it goes up in price, then it would come back to the board. Okay.
That's right, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions or comments regarding the motion? Okay, seeing none. Board Secretary, are you caught up with?
Excuse me, could you repeat it, please?
Yeah, hang on one second. Board Secretary, are you caught up with what's happening? Our Board Secretary lost power, and so she got kicked out of the meeting for a bit, so I just want to make sure she's ready to record a motion and know what it is.
Hi. Okay, I'm still working without power, but I'm on a hotspot. So, what I have is the original motion to move approval of the contract with Community Action in the amount of $1,000 for the implicit bias training, and to include the option, and I don't have that exact wording in front of me, but it was to do the small or the additional optional trainings as follow-up. I just don't have that piece of paper in front of me that's his contract, so I can get that from the contract, Amy. And that was moved by Amy. Do you want to tell me what it says? You can.
I have it if you.
Sure, go for it.
To include the additional coaching and to include the additional coaching and follow-up work at a cost of $150 per hour.
$150, you said?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you. And then I had the amendment by Board Member Wong to amend the motion to conduct the training, but to have small group breakout sessions below the quorum of the board for the detailed work. And I missed the tail end of that motion.
To reconvene as a full board for discussion, debriefing, and question and answers.
Discussion. And if somebody, I heard Levy did not accept the amendment, but I didn't know if anybody had seconded the amendment.
Yeah, it was seconded by Board Member Anderson.
Okay. Okay, then I believe I'm caught up on the motion parts of things.
Okay, so are we ready for Board Member Levy?
Yeah, just for clarification, because apparently that's my thing tonight. So under Board Member Wong's amendment, we would not do the training as a full group. We would do small sessions and then reconvene as a larger group to discuss. Is that correct?
I believe that I guess my thought would be we would initially start, and then as we get deeper into the content of the training itself, we would break up into the breakout sessions, and then after that's completed, then come back together to debrief.
So we would begin training together and then break out if it got intense and then come back together?
My guess would be, or I'm assuming, like I said, I've not gone through this training before, but I guess I'm assuming, and this is where I think the discussion with Mark Perry would be helpful to determine, okay, there's going to be stages in which, yes, we're going to start to open up and have a discussion. I would think having the initial discussion to say, okay, here's the training, here's the purpose of it, and then from there we go into the breakout sessions from there. Once that's completed, then we come back and debrief and talk about, our debrief as far as our, and answer questions and have a discussion about the training itself.
So thank you for that, the additional information. Logistically, Mark is one person. So if we all start as a group of 7 and then we do small breakouts, are the rest of us supposed to sit until Mark rotates and then we come back together? The logistics of that are unclear to me.
I think logistics would have to be worked out. If Mark said that it's not something that's doable, then we would have to come back and talk about that. Board Member Levy?
I think that was me. I'm sorry,
I'm sorry.
President Larson. No, you're fine. It's been a chatty night. It's cool. So I guess again, I'm just going to bring up the same point. I really appreciate where this is coming from and how it's trying really hard. We're trying really hard to be respectful and also inclusive, and I think that's really a good thing. I think that if what Board Member Wong and Board Member Anderson have put forward is something that we'd actually want to consider, I feel like we would have to wait until we had a conversation with Mark Perry about the logistics of it, because we aren't in charge of how it works, and we don't know what his capacity is, as Board Member Levy just pointed out. I appreciate the spirit of being respectful and inclusive. I would be willing, and I know we have a backlog of motions, but I guess I'm just curious if time would allow us to consult with Mr. Perry and see what if there is a menu of options that would be palatable to everybody so we can all participate, with the understanding. I love the idea of us all collectively debriefing together, because I'm just going to go back to my original comment. We have to function as a board. And so whatever takeaways and learning that we experience is wonderful for each of us individually, but it's kind of like, I don't want to say worthless, but it really doesn't do what it's intended to do for us unless it forms some direction for us as a full group. So maybe this is like, there's a lot of substance to everything here. Maybe this is just a discussion that maybe Board Member Larson could have with Mr. Perry and bring some options back. But I also know it's getting sort of late to make the decision. So those are I'm sorry, I just threw 15 ideas out there, but
well, if
I would be willing to wait if it's possible.
So we can make a motion to postpone this, and it supersedes all the other motions. So it kind of wipes everything else away if a board member would like to move to postpone this until I had more information from Mark Perry, and I can see if this is something that's doable. So if there is such a motion, it can be made, and we don't have to act on the other two.
Well, I'd like to move that we postpone until we get information from Mr. Perry, so that we're not, so that's my official motion. I just don't want to put words.
Vice President Miller, could you please add
Their ideas.
just until the business meeting in November, and it's 2 weeks from tonight, so that would be, what, the 24th?
That would work for me if that works for the board.
Okay.
I'll second that.
So we have a motion and a second to postpone until the 24th, and in the meantime, I will talk with Mark and see if breaking into groups is something that he is able to do, and if so, what the cost would be.
I'm really sorry. I want to point out though that in order to bring that forward, if that's what we bring forward then to the November business meeting, we also have to have worked the logistics out about who attends which training.
Mm-hmm.
It's got to go through the effort if we can't even do it. So
yeah, Dr. Keyser has a map. he's working on it already.
Thank you.
All right, so we have a motion and a second to postpone it, and then I will seek out more information from Mark Perry about logistics, whether or not we can do small groups, and if so, what that cost would be. Are there any other questions or comments regarding this motion? Board Member Wong.
I would just like to thank Member Miller for bringing that up. I agree wholeheartedly with your comment about us working together collectively as a board. And I think having that discussion afterwards, I think that while I have not gone through the training, I'm confident that it would be very valuable for all of us. And I think that us having a thorough discussion afterwards would be valuable and help to, I guess, us collectively as a group. So thank you for bringing that up.
All right. Are there any other questions or discussion regarding the motion to postpone? Seeing none.
Point of order?
Yes.
Who seconded?
Board Member Wong.
I did, John.
Thank you.
Okay. Board Member Levy, are you still wanting a roll call?
No, not for the postponement,
Okay.
but thank you for asking.
All right. All right. All in favor of postponing, please say aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the motion passes. Thank you. Brings us to the WASB professional development opportunities in December. And Dr. Keyser had also sent out one. There's one on the 17th, Dr. Keyser, for new board members.
Correct. There's one that is actually coming up this Thursday, I believe.
Okay. So the two that I had proposed were for strategic planning, which I think is something that is, in the near future for our board and our district, as well as school finance, which was something that the orientation survey had indicated was a strong interest for the board. So I wanted to throw those out there. And then, so if we could maybe craft a motion to allow anyone who would like to attend WASB trainings. This is something I would like to think about in the future too, because WASB is a great thing. It's a great resource. Sometimes things come up and you're like, all of a sudden you're like, oh, there's this great training next week. And like, oh my gosh, there's not a board meeting between now and then. So if we can come up with a way that board members are free to register without asking board permission, I think that's something I would like for us to think on. Dr. Keyser, do you have, why don't you jump in?
I was going to put it in question mark there.
Okay.
So I did it.
Okay.
No, Board President Larson, a thought I had while you were talking would be if the board felt that it was limited in scope to the WASB, there could be a motion to as a collective, approve, pre-authorize any board members' attendance to WASB webinars for the set amount, and that way, as the information comes out, it would be already pre-approved.
Okay, thank you. So, so a motion, if board members were interested in participating on November 17th, and then these two in December, a motion could be, that I move to approve board member registration in any WSB conferences in the amount of $65 per member or $195 per full board. And then if somebody indicates that they're interested by going to the board secretary, then the board secretary would want to reach out and find if any other people were interested, because obviously if more do it, then it's cheaper for the $195 for the full board. Any thoughts or a motion? I know this seemed like the easiest thing on the agenda, and it just feels like it's a little more complicated.
No, it's okay. I just had a quick question in the chat there as a clarification. Board President Larson, is this just for the month of December? I'm sorry, is the motion language that you're seeking just for these three that are listed in board docs?
Yes, well, there's one for the 17th, and that's more of a forum that I had missed on my radar, and there was one board member who wanted to participate in that. And then there are two in December. But a motion could encompass all three of them.
Okay, so then correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like I would like to make a motion to approve, to pre-approve any board member in the amount of $65 or for the full board in the amount of $195 for the three WASB trainings or opportunities in the month of December.
The one is in November. It's November 17th.
Oh, I apologize. I thought I read December. I apologize. I'm sorry. So for November and December. Sorry about that, Michelle.
All right. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
I second that. Maria.
All right. So we have a motion and a second.
May I clarify the motion?
Yes.
What I believe I heard Board Member Miller say is that she would move approval of board member registration for any board member in the amount of $65 or for the full board in the amount of $195 for WASB trainings or webinars in November and December. Okay,
Yeah, Vice
thank you.
President Miller shaking her head, yes, nodding her head. Yes. Board Member Levy?
Oh, I just wanted clarification if we were handling one motion for the one on the 17th of November and then December 9th and December 17th, and then it also encompasses if we find something else that we are interested in, we should consider it pre-approved. Is that correct?
Yeah, because Vice President Miller, you said November and December, so any of the WSB offerings, is that how you intended it?
So I think originally I said in board docs, but if I wasn't aware that there were other trainings or webinars available, and as long as they're at the same cost that's reflected in the motion, I don't see why that should prohibit anyone from signing up for one that's not listed.
Okay, and then should we sign up on our own and get reimbursed, or should we ask our board secretary to sign us up?
Ask the board secretary. Reimbursement is a big old pain in the patootie, so it's just easier for her to use the P card and do it that way.
Perfect, thank you.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Are there any other questions or discussion? All right, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, the motion
I never got my eye out. Sorry.
Oh.
Sorry.
Always have to make an entrance, Board Member Jacobs. Okay, so the motion passes. If anyone's interested in these, not only these, but then a couple weeks ago, Dr. Kieser did have the flyer in his board update. So if there's anything on that flyer that you're interested in, please let the board secretary know. Thank you very much. The consent agenda includes the approval of minutes for July 14th, 2020, approval of minutes for August 11th, 2020, and the November 10th, 2020 employment recommendations, Exhibit A and B. Is there any questions regarding the consent agenda, or is there anything a board member would like removed from the consent agenda? Or a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I'd like to have the minutes from August 11th. I would like to have the minutes from August 11th removed from the consent agenda, please.
Okay. All right, so the consent agenda would now be the July 14th minutes as well as the employment recommendations for November 11th. Is there a motion to approve the consent? I'm sorry, November 10th, I'm sorry.
I move that we approve the consent agenda.
Second.
We have a motion, a second, to approve the consent agenda. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of the consent agenda, please say aye.
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 All right, the consent agenda passes. That brings up the minutes for August 11th. Board Member Levy, would you like to start off?
Please. So, unfortunately, this is the meeting where I was publicly and falsely accused by a board member of being disrespectful and publicly and falsely accused by a second board member of micromanaging and belittling. None of these false accusations are reflected in the minutes, so I am requesting that Secretary Shope review the video of the August 11th, 2020 meeting and make sure that the minutes accurately reflect what happened in the meeting.
Is that a motion?
It's a request, but if it needs to be a motion, I will be happy to form it as such.
Okay, so I think, is there any other discussion? Minutes don't usually contain verbatim discussions. They usually highlight like overall themes of discussion, as well as recording motions and votes, as well as time of adjournment and board members present.
I totally understand that, but I do think that this was a significant enough incident that it should be reflected in the minutes of our meeting.
Okay, so I think the best way to do would, Board Member Levy, would be to make a motion asking for that to be included, and then the rest of the board could either agree or disagree, like in a vote, unless the board members have other idea of how to proceed. Board Member Delgado.
I think that statement would reflect just perception, not actual. So I do not agree with that if that goes into a motion.
Okay, Board Member Jacobs.
I agree with what Board Member Delgado said.
Board Member Levy.
I would just like to clarify that I was actually accused of those things, and I think that's very inappropriate and significant, and the accusation should be reflected in the minutes, and it should also be reflected that my perspective is that all of those things that I listed the disrespectfulness, the belittling, and the micromanaging are false. Those things actually happened.
Okay, so why don't you go ahead and make a motion for what you would like to have happen, Board Member Levy, and then we'll let the board say in what should be in those minutes.
Absolutely. I move that the board directs Secretary Shope to go back and rewatch the August 11th meeting and to accurately reflect in the meeting the incident where Board Member Levy was publicly accused of being disrespectful, of micromanaging, and belittling, and also account that Mrs. Levy, myself, clearly states that that was not the case.
Is there a second to the motion? Okay, the motion dies without a second. Is there a new motion regarding the minutes for August 11th?
I would love to move a motion to approve the minutes as they are for August 11th.
I'll second that.
We have a motion, a second, to approve the minutes for August 11th as they are presented. Any other questions or discussion regarding the motion?
No, but I would like a roll call vote, please.
Okay. Roll call vote, please, Board Secretary.
Anderson,
Aye.
Delgado,
Aye.
Jacob,
Aye.
Larson,
Aye.
Levy,
Nay.
Miller,
I'm going to abstain. I was only in the meeting for about 10 minutes.
Long.
Aye.
Motion carried 5-1 with one abstention.
Okay, thank you very much. So that takes care of everything on the consent agenda and brings us to our meeting closing. Is there any other business that we have not taken care of, or is there a motion to adjourn?
Mr. President,
Yes.
we need to, can you just direct me before we adjourn if I should give a 10-minute break before policy and personnel reconvenes, or how I do this, please?
That's up to you. When we adjourn, if you want to say 10 minutes, that's up to you.
Well, looking at the time, let's say 5 minutes to take
All right.
care of personal needs.
Okay,
Thank you.
Yep, is there a motion to adjourn the business meeting, or I'm sorry, the regular meeting?
So moved.
So moved.
All right. Okay. Can one of those count for a second?
Second.
All right. Okay, so you have a motion, a second to adjourn the meeting. Any other questions, discussion before we? All right, seeing none, all in favor of adjournment, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, the meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much, everyone. Have a great night.
Hello? Dr. Kieser, are you there? Okay.
Yes.
I'm just going through, muddling through my papers. So how do we go about going back from a recess? Dr. Kieser, could you guide me along this?
You
Please?
just call us back from recess.
All right, I'm calling us back from recess. Thank you. And we are at policies for first reading. And the first reading is policy 511, affirmative action and equal opportunity employment. Dr. Kieser, would you like to guide us on this, please?
All right. Board Member Wong said he was putting in a question, but I just want to make note that
Sorry.
Rob Bukema is not in attendance because of us going into recess and not wanting to have him sit through the regular meeting, so he will not be attending coming out of recess. If there are any questions that need to be forwarded to him, he sent me a message to make note of it and then forward those questions, and he can either respond via email, or if we end up tabling some for those questions to be answered and brought back later, we'll invite him to the next meeting.
Okay, thank you. Board Member Wong, I'm sorry, I did not see that.
That's okay. I guess with knowing that, because I had heard that before, is it possible, knowing that there's going to be some questions regarding some of these policies, I don't know if it's going to be on all of them. I know I had some comments to make on a few of them, but my concern would be if there's some legal clarifications that we need for some of these policies, or if there's some that we'd say, yes, this one's fine, let's move on to that one and get that approved, so then we can start to have a greater discussion instead of, I guess, knowing that we have some policies that we can probably get through right away, and then concentrate more on the ones that are going to need further discussion and push those off. That's just a suggestion.
Okay, Board Member. Okay, thank you. Board Member Levy, how do you feel about that?
Sounds like a sound strategy.
Okay, awesome. All right, so is there, Board Member Wong, I'm going to bounce back to you again. Is there one that you think would be a better one to start with then?
Yeah, I didn't really have any problems with like the military leave. That was, I guess, the first one. I did have some comments, but there's nothing legal. I think the concerns, I think legalities are probably pertaining more about the first one, A, and probably maybe D and E. I'm not sure, but I'll kind of defer to Board Member Levy as well.
Okay.
The only one that I would be completely confident with touching without legal being present is B. I think once you get into drug and alcohol use, affirmative action, and staff conduct, I would definitely like to have legal presence.
I agree with that. You said B, not D, correct? As in boy?
B as in boy.
Thank you. Okay, so comments or discussion on B, the military leave.
So the starting at the top, the attorney has put in here eliminating the policy in its entirety with the exception of the following statement. So if the committee agrees with that, then it significantly shortens up the entire policy. Or if we reject it, then we'll go through the rest of the paragraphs.
Board members, thoughts?
I have a question, and it might be a moot point now that I have reviewed that. Just for clarification, our current practice is that if someone is called to serve, a staff member, that they first have to deplete their vacation time?
Actually, I checked into that question, and the military provides a stipend while they are away, but it is not the same as their current salary. So the policy, which would be new, would allow the staff person who's on a military leave to use their vacation time to supplement the income. It's an additional option. It doesn't require them to use it. It's just an available option if they want to supplement the income.
And then my other question, if we did what is being recommended, the USERRA, is there somewhere where that is available? Because if we are getting rid of the policy and replacing it with this, I would just like to review that to see if that works for us.
Certainly, I can send the committee a copy of that USERRA for review.
Board member, were those your questions, Board Member Levy?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Board Member Wong.
Well, I mean, in regards to that statement, this kind of goes to a couple of the policies that were up here, and when it references the employee handbook. And when you look at the employee handbook, it's been 5 years. In fact, Board Member Jacobs, you are still employed according to the employee handbook. I didn't know if you knew that or not, but
I am?
Yeah, you are.
Where's my paycheck?
According to what I can see here, the last update was September of 2015. So my concern with any of these policies that reference the employee handbook is how outdated is this handbook itself? And I don't know if it's just with the employees in here or if we really have to do a thorough. I mean, if you look at the staff, the org chart, and I'm not sure about all the policies within there for the employees themselves.
So I can.
Go ahead, Dr.
Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
So I can speak to the intro to that, and I can turn it over to Ms. Williams to talk about the specifics. When I first came, there were 2 working groups that were being proposed to be created in the business operations, facilities, and HR. One was for the budgeting, and one was for the employee handbook. So I know that the intent is to get that up and running yet this year so that it would start to work with the employee handbook, and it would be a comprehensive group. And I know Ms. Williams has already reached out and co-facilitating with other members from other departments so that it would be comprehensive in nature. And I don't want to speak in too much specifics. Ms. Williams, did you want to provide any additional details at this point?
Yeah, thank you for that opportunity. So I am co-facilitating. I've asked Wendy LaPointe to help with that, and also Eric Weir, both directors in the district. And we have a meeting this week, and really the first thing that our point of discussion will be like, how do we look at employee representation across the district and ensuring that our representation is diverse? So we have feedback coming from all employee groups.
And for reference, Eric Weir is the Director in Pupil Services, just so for context.
So my question or comment on this was, it says, okay, so if this isn't the employee handbook, what if it's a board member? That's on it. That's because I remember this all coming down a few years ago when another board member, a past board member, she's still in the military, and it was for not just staff but for board members. So would this policy fall for any future board members that is on active or in it or what? Not what's the active duty or
active duty members or reservists?
Yes. Reservists, thank you.
Yep. So
yes, we'll just cover them as well if it's Tanya. Oh, I'm sorry, if it's the board member.
So I think what USERRA and the Wisconsin state law really covers is all about our reemployment laws and what we need to follow in terms of benefits, compensation. It also covers if somebody is part of our Wisconsin retirement system and you need to make them whole when they return back to work. So when you look at USERRA in the Wisconsin state law, it's really what an employer needs to be compliant with for those laws. And so if there was some sort of case where a board member was receiving some sort of benefits from the district, then we would have to follow those laws.
Okay, so thank you, Tanya.
Sure.
Committee members, where are we at then with this? Thoughts?
I just think we need, for me, I would like to have more information. I'm not opposed to the replacement, but as Board Member Wong mentioned, I would like to check this again against the employee handbook policy to see if it was in sync or if that needed to be omitted. And I would like to review the USERRA Act just to make sure that worked for our situation.
Thank you. I would assume that the USERRA is a long document. Does anyone know?
It's a federal law, so I'm assuming that it's pretty long and lengthy and would need maybe some legal interpretation.
Okay. Well, then, I guess then this was the only one we thought we could really discuss without Rob here, correct, everyone? So, I believe that's all we can do then this evening. We're meeting next on November 24th. At a time to be announced. Are we at adjournment then?
Sounds about right. I just Googled USERRA, and the Uniform Service Employee and Redeployment Rights Act of 1994 is a 30-page document, just to give us kind of a point of reference.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Board Member Levy. I do think we would, need a little legal expertise on that as well and some time to review it. So, okay. It is that time then. I'm looking for a motion.
Do we need to postpone or table the other ones until the next meeting, or is that just assumed?
Not table, but tabling is indefinite, but we would need to postpone.
Correct.
So
Board Member Levy's correct.
Postpone?
Board Member Levy's correct. It's a postponement to the next.
Okay.
I move to postpone policies A, B, C, D, E, and F until the next policy and personnel meeting on Tuesday, November 24th.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to postpone policies A through F until our next meeting on November 24th. Any questions or discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. All opposed? The motion passes. Actually, before we adjourn, the committee members, And when I asked for the postponement, or the recess, I completely forgot about Rob being present. What should, I'm afraid this is gonna come up again. Do we just go over into the 7 o'clock board meeting? I mean, what are your thoughts?
What if we go earlier in the meeting or earlier in the day?
I'm fine with that. Board Member Levy?
I'm fine with that.
Okay. So Dr. Kieser, because sometimes AIM or Board Member Levy's committee is before the policy and personnel, could we just move them all up so none of us are feeling rushed and we can give due diligence to our agendas?
So our next meeting will be actually, because it's the fourth one, it's the last one of the month. It's policy and personnel right before the business board meeting. So if we wanted to move that up, we would not be competing against any other committees.
That's right, because oversight meets monthly, correct?
Point of order. There is also governance. There may also be a governance meeting.
Is there one scheduled?
Okay.
Typically, if there is one, which Kyle would have to schedule, it's on the fourth Tuesday. But that could be, like, policy could be first and then governance and then the televised business meeting.
Well, and then that way, if governance needed to go past the board meeting, they don't need Rob generally, do they?
No.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, if we could meet earlier, since the other two committee members are in agreement, actually, Ms. Shope, do you set it up or Dr. Kieser? Who actually sets the times up to meet?
It's usually a combination of
agenda.
Kyle, Dr. Kieser, me, whatever board members who are serving on the committee can do and what the schedule allows.
Okay. Well, if we could meet earlier next time, that would be awesome because it'd be wonderful to get through all of those policies with Rob and be on time. And okay, it's time for adjournment. John, do you want to say anything?
Yeah. I guess I would have a request that all committee members that have questions, that we forward that on to legal beforehand. So hopefully we can speed the process up and maybe have them answer some of the questions before we get to the meeting. And so we can have maybe a little less discussion at that time.
That's a great idea.
I think that's already done when we submitted our comments. I know I went through all of them and provided comments. So can legal just review what we've already submitted and where an opinion is needed, provide that?
Absolutely not, because we are actually working ahead and we have, so each board, I will take these and I meet weekly with Rob, so I will make sure that he has those written up. And then as a reminder, the next series of board policies are out. When you have a chance to finish reviewing them and putting your comments in there, if you send them to Ms. Shope or myself, we will make sure that we get those to Rob to review those questions.
Okay. Anything else?
I just need to know what time you want to start next time. So I can post it.
Suggestions, committee members?
I can start as early as 3.
Whoa.
How long do you think it? I'm thinking a good hour and a half. Plus, if we have employment recs, I'm just thinking for these 6. What do you guys think?
I can start at 4.
Okay, I can start at 4. Should we hit for 4? Go for 4 then? And then that way, we got plenty of time. And then hopefully there'll be a break. And if governance needs to get in there, they can get theirs done too before the 7 o'clock. Okay, 4 o'clock on the 24th then. All right, now I believe it's that time for adjournment. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second for adjournment. Any questions or discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed? Thank you. The meeting is adjourned, and thanks for your input, everyone. Have a good evening. Bye, Steph.